What's going on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, all platforms? Welcome to day 2 live here on the Aboriginal Sports Network. Day 2 of free agency, man. Hey, looks like the New York Giants started off with a bang. So we got safety Javon Holland, the best safety in free agency. We're going to talk about that and a lot more in this free agency period. And we'll be right back after these intro messages. Let's get it.
Ricey K, the Raisin Man.
Or just the Giants organization that really put Daniel Jones in the forefront and carried him in that type of light, man, on national TV.
$223. The suspension also opens the door for the Texans to release Al-Shahir
Then in 1976, guess who was hired? Atis fans. This is where preference plays the biggest.
But I'm gonna have to knock this down and get the oohs and ahs of Houston.
Welcome to the Aboriginal Sports Network. Right. So, day 2 of free agency started off with a bang around the 11 p.m. mark yesterday, man. Giants signed Chauncey Golston away from the Cowboys. Michael Parsons was not happy about it. So that's the feeling that we were wanting to give our division, Let us sign some people that the people on other teams in our division are not happy about us signing. I think that was a very good signing for us. But the big news of today so far for the New York Giants is Javon Holland, top safety on the market, decided to sign with the Giants. Picture this, is reported that he took less money with the Giants instead of the Vikings. He took $15 million per year from the Giants when the Vikings were offering over $20+ million per year. So we're going to listen to what Javon Holland said he wanted when he went into free agency this year from the team that he's going to sign with. So let's take a listen.
I actually wrote down in like the best way I could sum up what I'm looking for. Detailed and experienced coaching, a player supportive ownership, just honest culture setting men, a men leading head coach with a goal and a standard he holds everybody to. A team that wants to win and has players with like-mindedness about the team's goals and standards, leaders that want to lead and set examples by action, not by their word. So I think that in itself is, what I'm really looking for. Not necessarily saying that it's not at the Dolphins, right? But in general, that's like my mindset for what I want.
So basically, he said he wanted a good culture, a team that the culture and leadership he can trust. He wanted to be on a team with other leaders, and basically he just wanted good vibes. Now, here on the Aboriginal Sports Network, we say that, heck, the Giants have the opposite going on for the most part. But
yeah,
What do you think he saw in the New York Giants to where he would actually take less money to come to the New York Giants and play safety for us, even though we have issues here and we had people that actually work with us in the Amani Toomer saying that nobody wanted to come here. This is showing the exact opposite. He had to want to come here because he took less money to be here. So, I mean, what do you think about that? Is that a positive sign for this Giants team going into next season? What you think about it, NYG?
I do think that the Giants have to start to change that narrative. Signings like this can help do that because you see players that actually want to be here for whatever reason. Darius Slayton wanted to be here, Paulson Adebo wanted to be here. Javon Holland wanted to be here. So like I said, you have to embrace the players that want to be here to set that culture that he's talking about. Maybe he's thinking he can be a part of help setting the culture for the defense and the new secondary for the New York Giants. A player that sees an opportunity to be a leader, to be one of the top guys in the secondary. Yeah, why not? Why not come to the New York Giants, make a name for yourself, like you already have, but make a bigger name for yourself and maybe win a championship. So whatever they sold him, it worked, but it's a compound effect because now you can get word out that, hey, this is not a bad place to play. All that media stuff is trash. So the players have to work, to spread good word about the Giants too as well. Guys like Holland, Slayton can help do that. As far as his play on the field, you got a stud. You got one of the better safeties out there on the market. So you pair him with Tyler Nubin, that could have been another selling point. You're thinking about a young safety and then a older veteran to pair together. Still, both of them young, so you have a young but yet you added experience to your secondary with Adebo and Holland. So it's a good mix. I like the secondary on paper. But I'm still scratching my head about some of the stuff the Giants haven't done yet. Namely guard, namely wide receiver. I just feel like this team, I don't see the offense is at the bottom. Why aren't you showing a little more urgency on that side of the football? It's weird to me. And get it, you need pieces on defense, cool. But what you're going to be looking at is starting more rookies on offense. That's not working for you. Get some veterans. They lost out on some of the top guards. We'll see if they add anybody later on in free agency. But look, don't get it twisted. I'm not mad at the moves. And I keep harping on this. I don't like their philosophy. It's not the players, y'all. It's the philosophy. It's the approach. You gotta get tough in the trenches. Fuck a safety. With no disrespect to Holland. What the hell are we doing? So you spend a bag on a safety? After letting one walk last year and drafting one? 2. Because the Owens kid that is invisible, whatever happened to him, he got cut. I don't understand that. The philosophy, man. You want to add to the secondary? Cool. You spending big bucks. You don't think that should go to a lineman? Maybe another edge rusher? I know you got one, but get another one. You getting your ass kicked in the trenches. It ain't because Philly passing all over you. It ain't because Dallas and Washington passing all over you. They running the football down your throat. Give me some big men out there, man. Where they at?
Well, I'm going to go a different route. I believe they got some big men and Robertson Harris and Chauncey Golston, who were both very good run defenders. Not saying that's all you need, but they did attempt to get that done. And Dalvin Tomlinson is becoming available.
Other side of the football, Pat. Remember, I clarified.
Hold on. Like I said, Dalvin Tomlinson is becoming available, and there's rumblings about him coming back. And he's actually had a pretty good season with the Browns. They're just not willing to pay him that much. I think Javon Holland secures this secondary in the back with Tyler Nubin and him. They're similar type players, so they both can play all over the field. Javon Holland can give you some slot cornerback reps in a dime to help out with 4 receiver sets. And like I said, if Dante Banks, Tay Banks gets better, I think we got a secondary that can lead us for a long time, because all of them are 25 or younger, and 2 of them have very good experience with other teams. Now, as far as the offensive guard, yes, you're absolutely correct. But I will give them this. They tried to get Will Fries, but he went to Minnesota for $88 million. I don't think that's a price they were willing to pay to go up to get Will Fries for $88 million. Maybe not. So maybe you could get a Jenkins or Will Hernandez. I don't know. But I do know that they're going to have to go offensive lineman very early in the draft. Do they have to go defensive tackle early in the draft? No. I think Golston and Roy Harris are way better than what they had last year. And I'm looking at the film on those 2 guys. I know what they brought them here for. So there's still plenty of edge rushers out there. You can get Josh Uche. You can get Dante Fowler. There's still some veterans out there in Carl Lawson or what's the boy from Dallas, DeMarcus Lawrence. Mm-hmm. You could bring a veteran in there to play behind Thibodeau in order to, shore up some of the edge rush. And Roy Harris can play edge as well. But I don't think you're complaining about the moves. You like me, man. The trenches is what has to be done over here in the NFC East. But I'm not going to bash them like they haven't done anything in the trenches. I think they've gotten 2 people in the trenches. It's just the offensive lineman. $88 million for Will Fries. That's a high bill. You still got Dalton Reisner out there. You still got Jenkins out there. You still got, you could bring in Kevin Zeitler to come in and play some guard and draft you a guard high in the second round. You know what I'm saying? So it's still some people out there. We'll see, though. I love the signing for Javon Holland. I think he fits this defense perfectly. And you had to get better in your secondary. That's just the truth. It's not like the secondary was shut down, because the secondary costed us some games last year when the defensive line was balling. So, I mean, it is what it is, man. Overall, this free agency so far, I give the Giants a, B- a B, only because they didn't get an offensive guard, and I'm not confident in Evan Neal playing guard. Not confident at all. So, and I'm not sweating about no damn veteran quarterback. You go get your quarterback in the draft at all costs. Whatever you have to do, go get your quarterback. You go get your quarterback. I'm not with this veteran quarterback type crap. You told me you got to get your quarterback. So a veteran quarterback is not your quarterback. So don't preach that to me. But I'm not upset, and I'm not super excited, but I'm not upset. I could at least give them that. I think they went out there and they really, did some due diligence and people are going to see what Vernon Golston and Robert Roy Robertson is going to bring to this team. You're going to see.
I just, like I said, it's more about the offense. I don't see how they're getting any better. You mean to tell me Aaron Rodgers is going to fix your problems on offense? I don't. And I talked about what I think they're doing at guard. I think they're trying to create this competition between a draft pick, Evan Neal, and probably a low price free agent or somebody they already have on the roster like Kubis or somebody like that. I think they're trying to create this competition at guard to see who shakes out from that position to win the job. Two problems I have with this offensive line right now. Right now, I don't feel like the tackle they signed, it's I don't know. Is he going to be, somebody that can step in and give you quality snaps? If one of your Illuminor or Andrew Thomas go down, then you would have to move Illuminor or one of the other. Like, I'm just wondering about stuff like that. And I think, especially if you want to bring in Aaron Rodgers, who I watched last year with the Jets, couldn't do nothing out there because he don't move like that no more. It's like how y'all planning on winning games when you can't score? And so we supposed to take the one game against the Colts and say, all right, yeah, if you get Aaron Rodgers, every game will look like that. I'm not buying that, especially not in the NFC East. You got to get stronger in the trenches. You're improving, but don't sell me on draft picks because your draft picks ain't working out. That's why you got to go in free agency and get these players. So I don't want to hear nothing about, we just going to get what we need in the draft. Like that's working for you. You ain't even take a lineman last year. Y'all's philosophy is ass, yo. You not going to win in this division if you keep building from the outside in. Y'all prioritize corners, safeties, and all this other shit. Like, miss me with that, bro. Yeah, the defense going to look good today on the field for 55 fucking minutes because the offense can't do shit. What good is having these cats if you can't move the ball? I don't care. You got to score at some point. So that's what I'm saying. This looks great. Kudos to them. But the side of the football you need to improve on, you ain't done it yet. So I can't be up here cheering Giants pom-poms for this defense until I see what they're going to do on the other side of the football. Because I don't think the defense has been bad at all. And in Brian Dable's entire tenure here. And that may be an unpopular opinion, but I don't think the defense has been that bad. They ain't been bad enough to where you got to go out and spend a whole bunch of fucking money on these players. They haven't been that bad. The problem is your offense sucks so bad, it makes the defense look 10 times worse than what it is. So kudos. Again, I'm not mad at the players. I'm just mad at the philosophy. But go ahead, Pat. My bad. I was ranting a little bit.
I think you're more mad at the philosophy of where they run the thing because I don't think we're that bad on offense. You got Tyrone Tracy. You had a very good offensive line in the very beginning before Andrew Thomas went down. Van Rotten wasn't the greatest, but he was way better than what we had. You got Theo Johnson and Bellinger. You brought Slayton back. You got Malik Neighbors.
Don't target.
Malik Neighbors got targets.
I mean Slayton. I meant Slayton. Yeah. Slayton.
I was going to say because Malik Neighbors got some targets.
He's gonna get his targets.
But I think it's more of the philosophy you should be mad at than the actual players on offense. I'm just going to keep it a buck. They're not scrubs on offense. It's the philosophy. It's the extremely short passes, the 140 targets to Wan'Dale Robinson, the lack of consistent run game. Now, are you wrong for having an issue with the offense? No, you're totally right. You're correct. I'm just not that agitated because I know they tried to get one of the top guard in free agency. They tried. And sometimes you just get outbidded, and sometimes the player has to want to come to you. And that's just a fact of free agency. Javon Holland's a prime example. The Vikings went all out to get him. He said, no, I'm going to go to the Giants. I want to play with those guys over there. So it's not like they didn't try. It's not like they just announced, no, we're going to put Evan Ingram at guard and we just going to, and that's our guard. No, they're trying to get a guard. Now, as far as the money being spent on defense, I do believe you need to spend money at corner. And the safety position, Javon Holland's just a different type player. When you look at him play, he fits what Bowen wants to do at the safety position. He's a sideline-to-sideline safety. He's a heavy hitter. He can play slot corner if you need him to play some slot corner reps. And I think him and Tyler Newman, he's going to make Tyler Newman a better player as well. And I think Tyler Newman's going to turn into a beast box safety with this dude being able to play deep safety like the way he plays. He actually has way more speed than I thought he had. That's crazy. And with the two trench players that we got, you don't have to worry about people like who the hell was playing Alex Garcia or whoever that was playing last year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have to depend on an undrafted free agent and Chapman to play in the number 2. And the way that they play with Dexter Lawrence, I think they could actually be devastating as far as getting pressure on the quarterback and stopping the run, because Golston's a huge run stopper when you put him in there. And Roy Harris he's linear. He goes straight forward. So if you got a guy that you have to pay attention going straight forward with Dexter Lawrence right by him, that can actually be pretty damn good if they do it right. But like you keep coming back to it, it's the philosophy. You know what I'm saying? And the philosophy, when you really look at the game of football like we do, it makes you angry. Because you know if your philosophy was different, the players that you have already, you actually could be decent. So you're right. It doesn't matter who the fuck we get on defense if your philosophy of offense stays the same, because it's too easy to guard. You know what I'm saying? So I understand exactly where you're coming from. I'm just not as agitated as you are, because I know if they're going to have to do something because their jobs are on the line. You can't come back out there and do the same thing that you did on offense last year when your job is on the line.
I'm going to tell you what they need to do, Pat, not to cut you, Brody.
Go ahead.
They need to basically do what they did last year in the draft and damn near hit on every pick. Because
why you say that?
Because are you going to be counting on rookies this year to start? Or are we to the point now where the guys we got on the roster, we got our starters, and we just going in the draft for depth? See what I'm saying? So if you have rookies that if you draft and you have, if your rookie draft class has to start, which I'm sure the first probably 2 picks will have to start. But if you got 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th round picks as starters, that's where we get in trouble at. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's the first thing they need to do is hit on these draft picks. And then the second thing, Brian Dable needs all of them 2nd and 3rd year players to take a leap. You need a leap from Theo Johnson. Remember, he was hurt last year. So we think about Theo Johnson on offense. Good player. Think he's going to be a good player. But he was hurt. And let's see what he looks like coming back into this offense year 2. Daniel Bellinger, they don't use. So I don't know if you're even going to be able to incorporate these 2 tight end sets that I would like to see them incorporate, because you don't want to use one of the tight ends. You want to use him to block. Your receiving core, I think, is decent. I don't like Wan'Dale Robinson though, so I feel like you lose a little bit there. He's okay. I mean, he'll catch some passes, but I feel like you lose a little bit there, not having a better slot player, in my opinion. Your depth is pretty much Jalen Hyatt and nothing else at receiver. So if you take something happens to Malik Neighbors or Slayton, you're done there. You see, I don't know where they're going with this. And you telling me that Aaron Rodgers is supposed to make all that shit look good. So I don't know. I like I said, I don't know about this offense, this philosophy, and the depth that they have at some of these positions. Like I said, tight end, wide receiver, O-line. Defense, I feel good about it. Now that I think about it more and more, with you explaining it, them going out and getting some of these players, I feel like you have a little more depth there on defense, and I think you have better pieces and better starters on defense. I don't feel like that on offense. Only comfortable player I'm with is, Malik Neighbors, Slayton, and Andrew Thomas. Maybe a Luminor too on the offensive line. Runyon's okay, but Smiths is a question mark. You got to hold at right guard. I just don't feel good about it, bro. I don't. Now, on defense, I'm with you. I'm not going to complain too much about them. They made smart moves on defense. But again, when the defense is out there and they're doing good and Brian Daboll's offense is underperforming, he wants to attack the defense. So it's amazing that guys even want to come here and play. Must be a shout out to Shane Bowen. He must have something in the league about him that players want to play for him. That's what I think it is. I don't know who in the hell want to come play for Brian Daboll. That's why they can't get no offensive players yet.
That can be very true, but this is how I think they should approach it as far as the draft and the rest of this free agency when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. Only thing I want to see on the defensive side of the ball now is maybe you could get an off-ball linebacker or get yourself another edge rusher. Bring back Ojulari. Be honest with you, bring back Ojulari. I think with those new guys, Ojulari will get less snaps. He's less to get injured. You know what I'm saying? But as far as the offensive side of the ball, I do believe they have to get themselves a free agent offensive guard to come in and play some right guard. I'm a little bit more confident in the offense than you are. As far as a couple of players on the offense, I think Tyrone Tracy is it. I think Malik Neighbors is it. I think Slayton is good. Luminor and Thomas, when healthy, is very good. I think John Runyon is solid. The only thing I'm scared of is the philosophy. Like you said, the philosophy has to change because the philosophy that you're using is not going to work. But me personally, I go get my quarterback within the first 3 picks. It looks like the Browns are saying Kenny Pickett is going to, be the starter. So I don't know what they're going to do because they traded for Kenny Pickett. The Tennessee Titans, they didn't get a quarterback. And
49ers released Leonard Floyd.
Yeah, I mean, that's another guy you could bring in. He's not going to cost you that much. I go get Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward in the second round. Since I couldn't get one of the top free agent guards unless Jenkins comes, I'm cool with Dalton Reisner too. He's only 28 years old, and that dude is solid, man. I don't know why his markets be so trash. I don't know if he's asking for an astronomical amount of money, but Dalton Reisner is good, bro. If we get him, I'm cool. But I'd still get me maybe 2 offensive linemen in this draft, NYG. The tackle that we signed from the Browns, I do not believe you should be comfortable with him getting a lot of snaps at one of the tackle positions if somebody gets hurt. I get me an offensive tackle and I get me an offensive guard in the draft. and I got JMS on notice. If you don't approve the way that I want you to approve after this season, you got to put him on notice, man. Not saying that he's terrible, but I don't think he's living up to the second round pick that everybody thought that he was going to do. Or maybe it was, everybody looked solid before Andrew Thomas got hurt. That's the issue that I have with this team. One man getting hurt shouldn't demolish your line. You shouldn't go from upper tier around 13, 14 offensive line to 31st just because one person got hurt. That's the issue. I think depth is the issue with the offense at every position, at receiver,
at
offensive line, at running back, at quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's why you're a little agitated on what's going on, because we have no depth on offense and we have decent quality starters. If you're not going to have any depth, you need awesome starters like how the Eagles are. If you're not going to have the depth on this offense. So I definitely get me 2 offensive linemen. I get me an edge rusher in the draft. I try to get a slot receiver to replace Wan'Dale Robinson. That's just me. Or maybe Wan'Dale Robinson takes off with a new philosophy, because they do have a lot of faith in Wan'Dale Robinson. So he's not going anywhere. But you can't give him 140 targets no more. That's just asinine, man. You're gonna get people killed out there. Why the hell is a 5'7" guy getting 140 targets? Why is he the most targeted receiver in your offense? Why is Slayton barely getting 70 targets? You see what I'm saying? It's just a weird thing, man. But we're gonna talk about something that a lot of Giants fans are baffling me with. We gonna get to this. I don't get it, but we're gonna get to this, man. Aaron Rodgers is still in play. Aaron Rodgers is still in play.
Yikes.
And they are saying we are still in heavy talks with Aaron Rodgers. So let's listen to it.
Oh, my God.
Look, Ian, you're talking about the additions that the Giants have made. How about the one that they made last year with Malik Neighbors and drafting him? And I know that that's been part of the conversation with Aaron Rodgers. Giants have had great conversations with Aaron Rodgers, from my understanding. And part of it is that we think that you and Malik Neighbors are really going to vibe. And this is a guy that's got incredible football IQ. We moved him around as a rookie. We played him everywhere. He soaks it all up. He's great during the week. He's great on Sundays. We know you ask a lot of your wide receivers, and this is a guy that can handle it and will probably thrive, and the kind of guy that helps you thrive as well. In addition to, we got Theo Johnson, the tight end, Tyrone Tracy, the running back. Like, they've got pieces that they're and Darius Slayton back as well. We thought maybe 4 or 5 times now that Darius Slayton is going to be done with the Giants. He's back at the wide receiver position. Wan'Dale Robinson, another young guy that they think extremely highly of. Like, they've got the pieces there. It is kind of sort of attractive all of a sudden when you look at what the Giants are doing. So those conversations will continue, and we will see if it's enough for Aaron Rodgers to say, yeah, you know what? I want to stay in the New York market. I kind of like what you guys are doing there.
I'm sorry for laughing, bro. These analysts is clowns, man. These motherfuckers funny as hell. Now the Giants are a cool destination. Now they have pieces. Now they're not far away. Now everything is lined up perfectly. Just need that quarterback. Y'all the same dudes that told me the Giants had the worst roster in the NFL. Stop capping. Stop playing with me. Y'all the same dudes that said the Giants have the worst roster in the NFL. Now y'all talking about Theo Johnson and, they got Tyrone Chase. They got Malik Neighbors. Yeah, they doing good over there. Don't play with us, man. You dudes take every opportunity to bash the Giants, bash the roster, bash the coaching staff, bash the organization, bash the owner. But now it's a good situation for Aaron Rodgers. How? How is it better than the Jets? So he couldn't do nothing with the Jets, but the Giants got pieces. we think you'll vibe good with Malik Neighbors. He vibed real good with Garrett Wilson, who wanted a fucking trade after he got done with Aaron Rodgers.
That's a fact. Yo, I don't.
Y'all be playing games, man. Stop playing, bro.
I really don't understand the. I don't understand the infatuation with bringing Aaron Rodgers here to the Giants. Maybe the chat could talk to me a little bit, but I'm gonna just let you know there's nothing you can say to me that'll make it think bringing Aaron Rodgers over here northward of $35 million per year is gonna help this team, unless you feel this team could go win a Super Bowl. You see what I'm saying? Like, it makes more sense for the Vikings. It makes more sense for the Steelers. You know, it's just, it's crazy. Now all of a sudden, the New York Giants have talent on offense with the same players that were playing last year, basically. Now all of a sudden they have talent when Mr. Aaron Rodgers wants to show up.
And let me clarify something. When I talk, Mr. JCNYC, when I talk, I don't even pay attention to the chat half the time. So I'm not directing to you. I just seen this comment. Nothing I said was directing at anything to you. So don't make it personal, Brody. Just gonna let you know, don't make it personal, because I wasn't coming at you. You've been a long time supporter of the show. I value your opinion. I'm just expressing my thoughts like you expressing your thoughts in the chat. So don't come with the Mr. Unpopular opinion and little slick shit, because we're not gonna tolerate that. That wasn't directed at you. I'm speaking for myself and how I feel about the New York Giants. We all got an opinion. All right, continue.
Like, I don't get it. Like, the clout chasing with this franchise when it comes to this quarterback position is ridiculous. Like, I don't want that dude nowhere near this team.
Mm-hmm.
After you seen what he just did down the hall with the Jets, it make sense.
Right. It don't.
Garrett Wilson's another talented receiver that when he played with him, it was like, man, I want out of here. He brought over Mike Williams. He got rid of Mike Williams. Brought over Alan Lazard. Alan Lazard is gone. Brought over Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams didn't like it over there. Wilson was already there. He wanted out of there. Breece Hall and Braylon Allen over there don't want to run the ball. Tyler Conklin, his career went down when he went over there. So what do you want? What do you want with this dude, bro? Like, everywhere this dude is been after his prime years, he's been a head case. Coaches are being fired, Saleh being fired, offensive coordinator being fired. Did the same thing over there with the Packers before he left. And then when they got him receivers, he complained about them and they weren't progressing until he left and Jordan Love stepped in. He's been a blaze of fire since the past 5 years, 4 or 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
And you want to bring that disease over here? Especially when you're telling me that you, like, certain people are like backing off Shedeur Sanders because he's a little bit arrogant. No, JC, I'm not saying we don't need a veteran quarterback. I say we don't need Aaron Rodgers. Give me a veteran. Go get Russell Wilson. Go get Carson Wentz. Go get Gardner Minshew. Go bring back Drew Lock. I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want that dude here. Because not only does he bring problems, he brings a huge bank account with him as well. There's been reports that this dude wants 2 years, $90 million. So if you paying him that money, that means what? You plan on winning a Super Bowl. Because he's 42 years old. He's not the only veteran quarterback out there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they act like they don't have no other options. You know?
Make it make sense.
If you want an old quarterback, hell, I'd take Joe Flacco before I take Aaron Rodgers. If you just want a veteran that's played some games, that's won a Super Bowl, he's won a Super Bowl too. So if you want some type of Super Bowl winning quarterback, you got 3 out there: Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson, and Aaron Rodgers.
I keep saying this. This is a fan base that said do everything to draft your quarterback. What's changing? Go draft your quarterback. Go get your guy. I need my guy. Get your guy. That's all we've been hearing since this dude has arrived here. And I'm talking, the dude is Brian Daboll. That's all you've heard. He needs to get his guy. So you mean to tell me his guy's a 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers coming off his worst production season in his career? Look it up. This past year was his worst season as far as production-wise in his career. And then the season before that, he didn't even play. He played 2 snaps and then snapped his Achilles.
So last year, Rodgers had 63% completion, threw for 3,897 yards, had 28 touchdowns, 11 picks, and he was sacked 40 times. So, I mean, number-wise, it's not a horrible season, but by his standards, I mean,
it's bad.
It's bad. So, yeah, I'm just looking at it. Yep. Pretty much 2022 and 22. Yeah, I mean, you could see the decline. I mean, it's like right there in his numbers. He was throwing like over 4,000 yards. Then it dipped to 3,600. 2022, 2023, missed a bunch of time. And then it went up slightly because the 17-game season to 3,800. I mean, yeah, it adjusted air yards went down. It was 9 to 8. Now it's 6.7. I mean, you can see the decline. Quarterback ratings went down. QBRs went down.
Some breaking news. Good
All right.
grief.
Here we go.
Now, according to Antonio Brown with CTSPN, that is hilarious. Aaron Rodgers will sign a 2-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes.
And he's close to the Steelers, so I'm pretty much guaranteed that's pretty much true. Aaron Rodgers will sign a 2-year deal with the Steelers. Hopefully he does go to the Steelers, but normally when he reports things on the Steelers, it's pretty much true. And more breaking news with the quarterback position. It says the Cleveland Browns will probably have Kirk Cousins by the weekend. They're working on a trade to get Kirk Cousins. So if Kirk Cousins goes to the Browns, that means more than likely they will not draft a Cam Ward, or Shedeur Sanders. So, like I said, it may be Cam Ward, and if they pair Abdul Carter with Myles Garrett, that can get very, very interesting over there with the Browns. But that's a little bit of breaking news when it comes to the quarterback position. So we'll see. Talk about Aaron Rodgers going to the Steelers, NYG.
It's good for Rodgers. I mean, you know, if you want to go out with a bang, you got Mike Tomlin over there. They just traded for Metcalf. You got Pickens. So you got a good defense. I think he puts himself in a similar situation than he was in last year with the Jets. Probably a better situation because Pittsburgh, you know, they were in the playoffs with Fields and Russell Wilson. You know, people saying Aaron Rodgers, you know, is a better quarterback at this point than Russell Wilson. So if that's what you think, then yeah, this is a good move for them. You know, so I don't mind it for either side, for the Steelers or for Rodgers. I just didn't see the fit with Aaron Rodgers and the Giants from either side, from either point of it. You know, with the Steelers, they're not looking to draft no quarterback. You know, they're looking to win now. The Giants are, you know, they trying to 1 foot in, 1 foot out this thing. We're going to compete, but we still going to draft a quarterback and he's going to just wait behind you. Why you want to be in that situation if you Aaron Rodgers? Knowing you don't want to mentor no damn quarterback. You didn't want to do it for Jordan Love. You know what I mean? Fact. So, I mean, for him, he don't have to worry about Fields or Russell or anybody over there. You know, he got rid of everybody. He's over there by himself. And Mike Tomlin, you know, and the Steelers can focus on, you know, building up their team around Aaron Rodgers and trying to win a Super Bowl. You know, so, I mean, it's a good move for both sides, in my opinion. You wasn't going to move on with Russ or Fields. I mean, this is your next best option. You know, I don't think a guy like Sam Darnold or Kirk Cousins would have fit over there. But, you know, we'll see, man. We'll see. But for the Giants, whew, that's all I can say. If this is true, thank God. Because, man, I'm telling you,
all right,
save them from themselves.
Exactly. Save them from themselves, man. Save them from themselves. Well, to get back into a little free agency news, the Texans have confirmed they've signed left guard Laken Tomlinson after trading Shaq Mason to the Eagles for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They get a little bit of offensive line help for C.J. Stroud.
No. It was they traded Kenyon Green.
Yeah, Green, not Shaq Mason,
okay.
But Green.
Yeah, I was okay.
Kenyon Green to the Eagles for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So it's going to be a new Texas offensive line this year in front of C.J. Stroud. Let's see if they can protect them a little bit better this year. Signs are pointing to no, but it is what it is. Hey, Panthers released veteran running back Miles Sanders after signing him to that deal in that one free agency period 2 years ago. Another edge rusher available, Leonard Floyd, was released by the 49ers. I think we reported that earlier. It could be a pretty good deal for the Giants. The Chargers signed cornerback Christian Fulton. No, the Chiefs have signed cornerback Christian Fulton to a 2-year deal. That's a pretty good signing from them. Daniel Jones signs with the Colts for a 1-year, $14 million deal to compete with Anthony Richardson for that starting job over there. The Dolphins are bringing back linebacker Quentin Bell on a 1-year, $1.5 million deal. One of my favorite moves, as well as this guy says, Greenlaw to Denver. Dre Greenlaw, the 49ers linebacker, inside linebacker, goes to Denver. That Denver's defense is finna be scary. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That Denver defense is finna be a monster. The Cowboys making some news. They signed former Jets defensive tackle Solomon Thomas to a 2-year, $8 million deal at max value. So he's trying to replace Golston. The Bengals are bringing back Marco Wilson, the cornerback. This one hurt right here. Vikings add Will Fries to bolster their offensive line. He was a major target for the Giants. It was between them and the Giants, and the Giants got outbid for the services of Will Fries.
This is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
49ers have lost 12 of their best players.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Samuel, Hughescheck, Floyd, Malik Collins, Hargrave, Greenlaw, Ward, Jalen Moore, Mitchell, Hufanga, Dobbs, and Aaron Banks. What's going on?
They just signed Nick Bosa's brother, Joey Bosa, for what it's worth.
I mean, but goddamn, yeah. What is he going to do?
Yeah. Man, 49ers are in shambles, man.
Another team making head-scratching moves, the Texans. Why are you trading away C.J. Stroud's line, bro?
Yeah.
God, dog.
The Vikings making very big moves to their trenches. This is what NYG wanted the Giants to do, fix the trenches on both sides. Not only did they sign Will Fries to a big deal, they signed edge defensive tackle from the Commanders, Jonathan Allen, to a 3-year, $60 million deal. So they got two big guys on both sides of the trenches, man. That's how you fix your team, man. Yeah, I mean, it's catching up on some of the news in the free agency period. JC, I would love for you to come up and talk to us. He says, I tell you what, y'all hate on Wandale. That kid's going to break out soon, bro. If we can improve our quarterback in better plays for him, he has shown me he can make plays and build like a small running back. That may very
Let
well
him
be
play
true.
running back then. What the fuck he playing slot receiver for? If
I've said this. If you've been listening to us the whole time, I've been talking about Wandale Robinson. I don't hate him as a player. I hate the way we use him. No way he should be getting 140 targets. I'm sorry. He's not that type of player. He has to be used a different way. He is not a player that you can rely on in your passing game like that. As far as being the guy to get that many targets, he's not like that. He's a guy that you use to your advantage of getting them to the outside, giving them the ball quick to make a couple of people miss and get you some first downs. But as a primary target, no. That's what we use them as, JC. That's what we be saying. That's what NYG says with the philosophy thing. Your philosophy is messed up because you're not using these guys to the best of their ability. I would have a whole different opinion of Wandale Robinson if you were using them like how you used them in that Lions game before he got hurt. That's the way he should be used. He shouldn't be used as a primary target.
Facts.
No. But we're gonna take a little spin and listen to what Paul Dottino and John Schmelk have to say about some of our free agent signings. So let's get into that, man. Let's get into that. Okay, you got me. Cool. This is what Paul Dottino and John Schmelk had to say about the Paulson Adebo signing. Let's listen in.
According to reports, the Giants have agreed to terms pending a physical with cornerback Paulson Adebo. Just 25 years old. He'll be 26 years old in July, coming over from the New Orleans Saints, a 4-year starter in the National Football League. Paul, the Giants wanted some veteran help in the secondary. They get it with Paulson Adebo.
Smart physical player, John. He's had double-digit interceptions over the course of his career. When he came out of Stanford, he was a teammate of Giants linebacker Kerike, by the way. So this is a guy who will probably fit in well with the captain of the defense. He has made a lot of key plays during some of the Saints' victories in the last several years. And as you mentioned, a guy who has been primarily a starter ever since he's gotten to the National Football League.
Third-round pick in 2021 out of Stanford to the Saints. So, he's smart if he's a Stanford guy. 6'1", 192 pounds, 28 pass breakups over the past 2 years. You mentioned the interceptions, 10 for his career in the National Football League. He knows how to get his hands on the football.
Well, 2 years ago, he was, I believe, top 5 in the NFL when he had well over a dozen pass breakups
18.
in that one season alone. So you know he can make plays on the ball. And, of course, that's a key for the Giants in the secondary this year. They'd like to be better with their ball skills.
He ran a 4.42 40-yard dash at his pro day back in 2021. First 3 years in the league, 13 or more games played in each one of those years. Last year, he played fewer because he had to deal with a leg injury.
He did, but by all accounts, he has himself said publicly he expects to be ready by training camp.
And there are videos online that he's posted where he's working out. Looks pretty good. So the Giants add some help in the secondary with Paulson Adebo at corner. He's a physical, in-your-face cornerback. The Giants needed veteran help, and they get it.
So I know you had your thoughts on us spending money in the secondary. So give us your true, unfiltered thoughts about the Paulson Adebo signing.
Wasn't the guy I wanted, but is a guy that can play. I don't think he's a number one. I think a good 2 is where he's at. So that means you're going to be using him and Banks as a 1A, 1B combination depending on matchup. So it'll look like, if Banks has a better matchup on the 1, he'll guard the 1. If it's Paulson, and then he'll guard the 1, and Banks will move to the 2, or however they want to use them in conjunction like that. Now, when signings and things come out, I usually take a little bit of time to give a full evaluation because I got to get to know the player. Because again, as much as we follow the NFL, we don't know every single player and how every single player fits and schemes and Pat does. Pat's a genius like that, but I don't. So I don't know how he fits in his scheme per se, but I will say that he has ball skills, like Paul Dottino mentioned, and that's something the Giants need in their secondary because we wasn't getting too many interceptions last year. I think we went weeks without an interception. So if you got a guy in here that has ball skills, I think Holland, he's got pretty good ball skills as well. So you get some guys in here that can take the ball away, give your offense a short field, and maybe you can maybe scoring points is a little bit easier for you in that aspect. So I could see what they're trying to do with a signing like this. It just wasn't the person or the guy I wanted, but I'm not mad at it. If I had to rate it or grade it without looking at the film or anything like that, I'd probably give it a B+. Just my opinion. So that's just kind of how I feel. I'm not poo-pooing any of these moves, Pat. The Giants struggle with direction. And I'm struggling to see the direction that they're moving in. I'm trying to, but it's foggy right now.
What's making the direction of this team so foggy to you? Like I want you to explain this so people don't, just make a assumption of what you're saying as, oh, he's just bashing the Giants or whatever. Mm-hmm. Just explain to them what makes you think that the direction of this team is so foggy. Elaborate that for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, because year one, they had Kafka calling plays, Wink Martindale. They had an aggressive blitz scheme with Martindale, and then they had a RPO, heavy run scheme with Barkley and Daniel Jones and Kafka calling plays. 2023, they switched offensive schemes, kept the same defensive scheme. Guys get fired on defense. Bring in a 2024, bring in a new defensive scheme, keep the same offensive scheme, and still doesn't work. So you've had 2 different defensive schemes and basically 2 different offensive schemes. So which one are you see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. They're confusing me. It's not me, it's them. They don't know what to how to pick a direction. You want to be a running team or you want to be this high flying passing team? You know, teams like the Commanders, they went in, they picked the culture. All right, this is how we're going to do things. We're going to build around our young quarterback. We know, he's good with his legs. Let's incorporate this scheme. Let's run the football. Texans did it with CJ Stroud. Okay, kid's got an arm. We're going to make this offense to where he can tack the ball down the field. What scheme are the Giants trying to build? And if you want to say, oh, well, they're going to build it off the rookie quarterback that they get, cool. Free agency is now. You can't wait till the draft, then figure your fucking scheme out. So it's got to be in place already. And I don't know what it is. Now they talking about giving the play calling back to Kafka. Is he going to go back to 2022? Are they going to keep the same scheme that they had in last year in 2024? I don't know. You see what I'm saying? It's not me. It's the Giants. They're the ones that don't have a clear direction on what they're doing. Because if they did, they'd know what players they need for their scheme. They'd be picking those players and have those players. And we could all get behind the philosophy that they're doing. It'd make it easier for the fans to get behind it. Because you could say, all right, we're going to run the football. Oh, I see they doing this. They getting guards. They getting, tackles. Or are we going to pass the football? In the NFC East, we talk about it, Pat. That doesn't necessarily work. But is that the philosophy Brian Daboll wants to do? So you want to be a pass-heavy team? Or are they going to go back to the ground game, simplify things for their quarterback, run some RPO, some play action, which I think Ward and Cam Ward can do both, and use what you got. Use your weapons. Use Malik Neighbors, Robinson if he's going to be here, and Slayton. But they don't have a direction, bro. What is the direction? If somebody can explain that to me, what the philosophy is of the Giants, offensive wise, I think we got an idea what Shane Bowen's defense is supposed to look like. What the hell is this offense supposed to look like, bro? And so to me, it's not like Brian Daboll's just the offensive coordinator. He's the head coach. So he's involved on both sides of the ball. His philosophy is influenced on both sides of the ball. That's why he said, oh, I want Shane Bowen because he can stop the run. See what I'm saying? So that's what he wants to see on defense. He wants to stop the run. Guess what? The Giants are one of the worst run Ds in the league. Guess what he said on offense? What he want? We want to attack the ball down the field. They're one of the worst offenses as far as attacking the ball down the field. I don't know what they're doing. I'm confused. So, but
and that sums it up. That sums it up, man. You really don't know what they're doing. To be honest with you, if you follow the Giants, you really don't know what they're doing on offense. And I think if you don't know what they're trying to do is for a good reason. Because what are you trying to do on offense, on the offensive side of the ball? You're trying to be a running team, or you're trying to be a passing team, or what's their philosophy on offense? What are they trying to attack on offense? What do you look at when you see the Giants offense on the field? Do you see them trying to attack the middle of the field? Do you see them trying to attack people deep? Do you see them with a game plan? I really don't think you see any of that. And maybe that's some of the issues that people that really, look into the game as what we do. We don't see any direction with this offense. So does that all change just because you can get somebody like an Aaron Rodgers? Even if you don't get an Aaron Rodgers, that has to change with your new quarterback. So was it because they didn't want Daniel Jones? They took the direction that they went. We'll see this upcoming season.
You good, JC, man? Oh man, look, bro. Well, I don't get emotional about this shit, man. I'm passionate, but trust me, bro. I've been trolled a lot since I've been in this community, and I'm not taking anything you saying as you trolling anything like that. We having fun, man. We participate in the conversation. I agree with you though on this comment, man. I would not mind Jameis Winston. I really wouldn't, bro. I really wouldn't, man. If it came down to it, and hopefully Aaron Rodgers picks the Steelers. They're talking about it on SportsCenter. He's emerged as the top option for Pittsburgh. So hopefully if he picks the Steelers, then, you know, maybe if the Giants can't get Russell Wilson, they could fall back on a Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston is not a bad player. He throws some interceptions, but
he'll make some plays for you.
He also going to make some plays too. And you probably not looking to play him, but maybe half the season before you turn, or maybe a couple of games in the first beginning of the season before you turn it over to your rookie, or maybe they're ready through training camp and you don't have to play Jameis Winston. But if he has to start a couple of games, I'm not going to be mad at it. NYGs, are you talking about me or the Giants?
Yeah. I just pulled that up. Turpin signed his new deal with the Giants. Let me take this call. I mean, the
Turpin signed. Oh, about to say, hold up. But yeah, man. So I like I said, you know, I'm not gonna be mad at a guy like Jameis Winston or a Joe Flacco type. You just need a veteran. That's all you really asking for is a veteran. If you looking for Matthew Stafford and Aaron Rodgers and some of these other, you know, well, really them two that they've been heavy on, it's telling me that you're trying to win games next year. Like you're trying to win to save your job. You're not really looking for the future, which is the Giants should be looking at right now, is towards the future. You're not doing that because you're trying to sign a veteran to come in and start a full season next year. You think Aaron Rodgers or Matthew Stafford was finna sign with the Giants and them draft a rookie quarterback and have them sitting in the wings? No, they don't. Them guys are veterans. They don't want to deal with that. They don't want to go through that embarrassment of getting benched for a rookie. Aaron Rodgers ain't got to worry about that in Pittsburgh. And Matthew Stafford don't have to worry about that in LA. That's why they're not with the New York Giants. So lower your expectations a little bit. Lowered expectations.
Right.
Come on back down south. You know what I'm saying? Pull up a chair. And let's give old Mr. Jameis Winston a call or Mr. Joe Flacco and see if they want to come here and be a mentor. Because the guys you chasing, they ain't not about to do that. I'm telling y'all, they got y'all gassed up thinking you could get Matthew Stafford and Cam Ward or Aaron Rodgers and Shedeur Sanders. I'm telling you, the conversations they having right now, well, if I come near New York, you know, y'all gonna have to take somebody on offense. Pick 3 to help us out. We can't have no quarterback. That he told who did he tell that? Was it the Jets?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When they was thinking about 2 years ago, when they was thinking about taking one of them quarterbacks and the Drake I think it was the Drake May in them draft. So I don't think anybody is thinking about the fact that Aaron Rodgers is not going to let you draft a quarterback. First, second, third round, don't care. You ain't getting one. You're going to go get some pieces to help him out. Why y'all not thinking about that?
It only makes sense.
Think about what he's thinking. Y'all only think about the Giants because y'all got tunnel vision. Think about what Aaron Rodgers is thinking. You see how Aaron Rodgers get down. He not finna sign with if the Giants is on that like that, he not finna sign with y'all. He gonna go to Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh then got rid of Fields, got rid of Russell Wilson. Kenny Pickett's long gone. They ain't got nobody really there that's going to threaten Aaron Rodgers as far as taking his job. You think Aaron Rodgers wants to go through the embarrassment of his last year or his last final years as a QB in the NFL of being benched for a rookie quarterback? I'm telling you, he's going over there to start and play 17 games for Pittsburgh. You come into the Giants, and if you Giants fans think they're going to sign Aaron Rodgers and take a quarterback, y'all aren't paying attention.
Yeah. I do believe that, man. I do believe that they take Aaron Rodgers, man. He's going to want them to probably get like a Travis Hunter.
They're going to get Travis Hunter, or they'll trade down and maybe take a Gentee or a tight end or somebody on offense. It's going to be. Ain't going to be a quarterback.
Because he's definitely not going to be satisfied with Malik Neighbors and Darius Slayton. That's a fact.
And Devontae Adams is off the market, so.
Yeah, Devontae Adams finally got the message, man. Quit messing with this dude.
Yeah, he finally can be in a winning culture. Coach crazy, you.
But Devontae Turpin does sign a 3-year, $18 million deal with the
good for
Cowboys.
Him, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to Turpin, man.
Yep. Looks like he'll be getting a little bit more time as far as a receiver this year too, because they let Brandon Cooks go. They haven't signed a receiver, so unless they draft a receiver early, he's more than likely going to be your receiver 2 or 3 out there in Dallas. So congratulations to him, man. He grinded.
Hell yeah, man.
There you go, young blood. Getting paid.
Wish him the very best. Hope he goes out there and kills it, man. But he does get his 3-year, $18 million deal. That's what's up. Around, it was left up to me, you would have been getting $18 million per, but it is what it is. Lord have mercy. But he gets his deal. Yeah, man. You right about that, man. If that dude comes over here, you really think he's just gonna be satisfied with Wan'Dale Robinson, Slayton? The only person he talked about was Neighbors because it's the only dude he respects.
Right.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
And then, how's your offense going to run? Because they didn't even run the ball that much with Breece Hall and Braylon Allen with him over there. He was changing plays, pass plays. So you think he respects Tyrone Tracy?
Nope.
I don't know, man. He better go over there with DK Metcalf and George Pickens.
I'm telling you, if he's smart. He thought it was bad with the Jets last year. Woo, woo. Get a load of this.
And I mean, it's not that bad if you actually want to play with the guys and start something with the guys, but I just don't see him doing that over here, bro. I see him coming over here and changing everything to the Aaron Rodgers show. And to be honest with you, I really don't even blame him because you keep allowing him to do it.
Yeah.
If I'm an owner, I'm like, man, nah. Hell no.
I ain't fucking with Aaron Rodgers, man. Hopefully Pittsburgh takes that bait, though, man. I actually think it's a good fit for them. But yeah, just keep them out of here, man. Keep them out of New York.
That's a fact. After what he did over there with the Jets, Giants fans really want this dude here. You got people like Justin Pennant.
Really about it.
We're going to go live at 3 p.m. Eastern for Aaron Rodgers watch. Like, what? What? It would make perfect sense if he was like a Joe Flacco or somebody who knows they road. Like, man, yeah, I'll come over here get this check real quick. Hopefully I ain't got to play, but if I do play, I'm gonna give you my all. But it's ridiculous, man. And then look, man, these people why y'all hate on Slayton so bad? Slayton's cap hits this year: 7 million, 2026, 16 million, 2027, 13 million.
He deserves it, bro.
Yeah.
He fucking deserves it. The dude has been playing good football. And he's not been hurt. And he, you know what I mean? He's good in the locker room. And he's actually a threat on the field with his speed.
Thanks.
So what is the problem? No, he's not a number one. You got your number one already. Why are y'all still hating? The knock on Slayton
was he was
not a number one. That was the only knock, in my opinion. That's solved now. He's not a number one. You gave Wan'Dale Robinson 140 targets. He's not even a number two in your offense. So what are you mad for? Like, it's just stupid, bro.
Man, I don't know, man. Let's hear a little bit of positivity about Slayton. Let's see if they got something positive to say about Slayton.
Milk.
You know what I'm saying? See what they got to say.
The New York Giants have agreed to terms on a contract with wide receiver Darius Slayton, one of the Giants' longest tenured players. He's been with them for 6 seasons and one of their most consistent. Paul Dottino, John Schmelk with you and Paul. Darius Slayton knows the offense, and they'll have him back in the system next year to help the Giants win some more games and score some more points.
Well, a couple of things here, John. First of all, he has clearly been a very valuable mentor to rookie Malik Nabers, who told us that several times during this past season. And so he's a tremendous influence in that wide receiver room. But I think the other thing to keep in mind is that when he came to the Giants out of Auburn 6 seasons ago, you know, he turned out to be one of the better valued third-day picks that the Giants have had in quite a long time. If you look at the 6-year span that he's played in the NFL, he's one of only a handful of receivers who have a career receiving average of 15 yards per catch or more. So even though the Giants have not had the most dynamic offense during that time, his individual production has certainly been noticed.
Yeah, he has 4.4 speed, Paul. He can get over the top. He makes corners respect that speed. And that's what you want across from Malik Nabers, where if they pay too much attention to Nabers, you can burn them on the other side of the field with speed like Slayton had.
Well, one of the other very interesting stats that a lot of people don't necessarily dig into is that his catch first down percentage. In other words, how many of his grabs have gone for first downs? In most of his seasons with the Giants, he's been among the top 4 or 5 in the NFL in catch first down percentage. This is a guy who does, throughout most of his career, have a really good habit of moving the chains. And, you know, moving forward, the Giants are going to need that, whoever is playing quarterback.
Yeah, 4 of his 6 years, he's had at least 45 catches and 700-yard receiving, Paul. He's been remarkably consistent. But I think it is important to have a player that's familiar with Coach Dable's system. You don't want to bring somebody new and make them learn it as moving forward here. So I think it will be very helpful to have him back in this offense again in 2025.
He was truly a pro's pro for Brian Dable when he came out of, you know, kind of the shadows in 2022 when the Giants went on that playoff run. And basically he came from deep on the depth chart. You know, for whatever reason, he was not one of the favored receivers when Brian Dable first got here, but then he earned the respect of the new head coach. And since that time, Dable glows about him every time he discusses the name Darius Slayton.
Yeah, and now he's earned a new contract with the Giants. 259 career catches, just under 4,000 yards, 21 touchdowns. You mentioned that 15 yards per catch average. And Paul, he was also the Giants' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee last year. He is one of the most generous, good guys on this roster.
He, in fact, won from the New York Giants press corps the George Young Good Guy Award this past season. He'd been a runner-up, I believe, 2 or 3 other times where he finished second in the voting in the press room. Now, I know that's not necessarily a big deal to the fans, but it is a big deal in the working environment of the locker room. And as I say, he is a pro's pro, and he was recognized with a plaque by the Giants beat writers this year for his cooperation and classy and respectful demeanor.
Darius Slayton back with the Giants in 2025. Stay tuned to Giants.com, the Giants mobile app, the Giants YouTube channel, all of our social media platforms as we continue to cover all the breaking news from free agency.
All right, let's continue with some breaking news in the receiver market.
Here we go.
All right. This here's a little bit of news. With the Giants in the receiver market.
I seen that too.
It's been a report that the Giants are in the trade for Brandon Ayuk sweepstakes.
Let's go.
Now
you get Ayuk. Okay. Yeah, I'm a retract what I said earlier.
And this is true. They are really in a trade sweepstakes for Brandon Ayuk. It's the Giants, the Texans, and the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
With the Texans getting those bevy of picks for Laramie Tunsil, I think they're, more equipped to doing it than
they gotta do something too, because
the Patriots.
Yeah, people ain't happy about what they've been doing with that line, so they got to do something with Houston.
Yeah, I mean,
good favorite back.
This is absolutely true. If the 49ers move on from Brandon Ayuk, which I don't see why they wouldn't, because they moved on from everybody else.
Right? They rebuilding.
What do you think if we did trade for Brandon Ayuk? How would that change the dynamic of this team? And shout out to Slayton for signing his deal. So with a team of Malik Neighbors, Ayuk, Slayton, and Wan'Dale Robinson, how do you think that matches for any quarterback that they bring here?
I'm gonna be dead ass. Wan'Dale Robinson don't fit in any of that fucking situation right there. Because what I'm doing, I'm putting Slayton on the outside, and I'm rotating Malik and Ayuk in and out of the slot on the outside. And that's how I'm attacking them. Wan'Dale Robinson, I mean, if you want to use him as a gadget player, cool. I could work with that. But that's how I'm looking at it, bro. You got 3 dogs now. You know what I'm saying? And, Slayton can play a little bit in the slot, but, not the greatest route runner. But Ayuk and Neighbors, yeah. I'm whatever, depending on the matchup, I'm putting one in the slot, one on the outside, and I'm attacking, bro. I'm attacking because they can move the chains. You heard Slayton, most of his targets go for first downs. And now you can put drives together and actually score some points and take time off the clock, and it gives you big playability because guess what? You got a speedster down the field and Slayton, and, you got Neighbors and Ayuk, who can route people up. So, yeah, bro, that's where I'm at with it, Pat. I'm 100% with that. That changes your offense dramatically. Dramatically. And it's not like you gotta have this long developing offense because, like I said, those guys are good in the short, intermediate, or deep part of the field. Meaning in Ayuk and Neighbors. Slayton, you're gonna use him to the middle, to the deep part mostly, but those other guys, yeah. And Wan'Dale, you could use him, as little quick, short passes, with the running backs. Then you got your tight end. Now you got something people have to be afraid of on offense. Nobody's scared of the Giants. They just key in on Malik Neighbors and say, y'all beat us with everybody else. With Brandon Ayuk and Neighbors and Slayton and whatever else they do in the draft and free agency, yeah.
So
Go get it.
here's why I test your gangster a little bit.
Go ahead. I'm ready for it.
All right. So 49ers said, give us your second round pick this year, maybe a fourth the next year. Because that's probably what it's going to take to get them. You might be able to slip away with a third. But let's just say they say, we want your second round pick because we want that second pick in the second round. Do you do it knowing that if we do get a Brandon Ayuk, more than likely we're not getting an offensive guard unless they're just going all out in free agency and say, hey, look, we're going to go into the season with a couple of pennies.
Mm-hmm.
So that takes away from being able to go to a high pick to get you an offensive lineman, which you have went off in the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
I try to get it done with that third. It may be a future. If not, it's going to be hard to move off that pick because, like you said, it's damn near a first rounder because it's so high in that second round. Now, can you get a guard in the third that's decent? Maybe a guy like one of the guys we talked to at the Senior Bell, Wyatt Milam, or one of these other cats. Maybe you can bring them in sort of developmental, but it's going to be worrisome because now you got a little bit of a hole there at guard. But it's tough to give off a pick that's damn near a first round pick, and the problem here with doing that is you already got Malik Neighbors, so it's not like you desperate. See what I'm saying? It's not like you're desperate. But if you can get by with that third and maybe a future, I'm doing that. The second, that's a tough ask. Unless that's just all you give them. But then you got to give Ayuk already signed the contract, right? Or no?
What are you talking about? Ayuk? Yeah, he already signed his contract.
So you're going to take on this contract too. So that's a lot. That's a lot to ask. But if I can make it work, I'm doing it. That second is tough. That's where you got to get smart with negotiations. You know what I'm saying? Do you add a player? Do you add a future? Because you want your second this year because you're trying to build a team up to compete this year. That's what they're trying to do. So, yeah, Pat, that's where we would get into some serious negotiations. But if they say, just give us a third and a future fourth, yep, goodbye. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not against trading for Brandon Ayuk. That's a fact. I think that helps us out tremendously.
But what's your thoughts on that second rounder? You giving that second rounder up for Ayuk? Knowing receivers been going for third and fourths here recently?
What DK Metcalf went for? A second? I think he went for the second to the Steelers.
I was a late second though.
Yeah. It's kind of high, but the indication of Ayuk and Neighbors on the field together.
That's vicious. That is vicious. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Do I think I could get it? It just depends on if I think I could get a solid starter in the third round at the guard position in the draft. If I'm not going to get a guard, I will say this: I'm going all out. If I get Brandon Ayuk, I'm going to give somebody like Jenkins a good contract to come here to the New York Giants because I got to protect my quarterback.
Yeah.
Because now I know if my quarterback's protected, we can whoop some ass. You see what I'm saying? Now I can use Wan'Dale Robinson the way that he should be used as like a scat back type guy. Because I can put Slayton to the outside and I can put Ayuk or Malik Neighbors in the slot. And it's going to be very dangerous out there. And if you leave Slayton one-on-one to the outside, I have faith in him. He can beat that dude deep.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Is he going to be playing against twos and threes? Yeah, he's going to fuck him up.
Yeah, he's going to be playing against most people's threes. And then if you're not smart and make that dude travel with Slayton, and you got your 3 against Malik Neighbors or Ayuk in the slot.
Oh my God.
Oh, now it's getting, yeah. I'll give up that second, but I'm going all out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do an injustice to those 3 men by not having an offensive line that can protect the quarterback the way you can get the ball to him.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So yeah, I'll do it. I would do it if I was the Giants, but I know the Texans have the draft capital to outbid any one of those guys. You see what I'm saying? Because of all those draft picks they just got for Larry Tunsil.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see, man. But that's some good news, man. If they, it is being reported by a credible source, so it is true. That will be dope. And believe it or not, I think they said a third could actually get it done. And we got the number 1 pick in the 3rd round.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you can get them for that 3rd, oh yeah, you got to do that.
Now, if I can get them for the 3rd, so you ain't even got to sold.
Because there's nobody in that 3rd round you're gonna get.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be better than Brandon Ayuk.
That's a fact.
This draft ain't that deep.
I mean, the receivers are deep, but they're not Ayuk.
They're not Ayuk deep. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Now, if they do that shit, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's what I said. I'll have to retract my statement. Like, okay, they are trying to fix this offense, you know? Because to me, it just don't look like they really trying to. If you just banking
some numbers with them 3 dudes.
Shit. Go get Daniel Jones. Let me stop. Daniel Jones, shout out to DJ, man, on the Colts now. So we'll see. Push A Richardson over there, man. Get some good competition for him. So that'll be good.
But here's another question. We do need another edge rusher. What do you think about Leonard Floyd? He's a little older. I think he's like 31 or 32 now. What do you think about Leonard Floyd?
Yeah, it depends on what he wants. Because and you know, I'm not all with the money and the contract things, but right now at this point we signed quite a few players, and you still got to get a veteran quarterback. And you know, so you got Golston. I'd make a move like that if you could get him at a fair deal, because and he'll take a backup role. You know what I mean? He'll take a rotational role. So I'd do it if the price was right. But you have options out there, so maybe he's not the best option, but it's definitely worth kicking the tires. You know what I mean? Definitely, got to. So you gotta add as many trench players as you can, you know, within that front 7.
Yeah, I definitely him or like a Dante Fowler, somebody that can come in and do spot duty who's not asked to, you know, stop the run consistently, things of such. I do believe that's a very, very, very good find. But I would say this, and this is going to be off that subject. What's going on, D-Dan Shelton? What's going on, Baller's Life? Joe Milton in the trade. If you only do that if you know that you can't get one of the top 2 quarterbacks. Because I would take Joe Milton over Jackson Dart in a heartbeat.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to trade for a quarterback. I don't want to trade to number 1 for a quarterback. I think if they got to do it, that's cool. But I don't. That's not where I'm at, y'all. I'm not saying die to go get your quarterback. I'm saying go get your quarterback and don't kick the can down the road like some of these other fans are trying to sell you. But I'm not trying to empty my pockets to go get a quarterback. I'm not trying to give up a bunch of picks or a bunch of money. So That's why that's why I like the idea of like a Russell Wilson and then picking Sador at 3, because in both of those situations, you don't have to give up picks. I mean, you don't have to give up a bunch of money to sign Russell Wilson. He's not gonna come in with Aaron Rodgers and Sam Darnold are commanding, and you don't have to trade up to get Sador Sanders. You will only have to trade up to get Cam Ward. So you could stick at 3 and take Sador and have Russell Wilson on a cheaper veteran contract than you would have to pay Aaron Rodgers or somebody like Sam Darnold, one of these other guys. Mm-hmm. That's why I say what I say. I'm very logical and strategic in my approach. That's how you get it done. You don't have to. You can sit and be patient. And you've already made decent moves out there in free agency, so you shouldn't go to the draft shopping hungry. See what I'm saying? Especially if you bring in Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson can start for you. He started last year with Pittsburgh, took them to the playoffs. So it's not like now you control your cards. You put the ball more back in your court. Because teams know, well, I can't fleece the Giants. Shit. They could sit pat. They don't have to trade up. At least they got Russell Wilson, so they don't have to, you don't have to go into that spot really, really hungry. Joe Milton, I like what he did last year with the Patriots, but he's not somebody that you're going to bring in here and come in and start for you game 1. So he's another developmental guy. Why trade for that when you can just pick that in the draft? So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, so another thing that comes to mind with the whole us being in the trade sweepstakes for Brandon Ayuk, a receiver 1 is in play or a receiver 2 is in play. And don't be surprised if they don't get Ayuk if he is traded, that they bring in Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest with you, Stephon Diggs in the slot is way better than what Wan'Dale Robinson is. I'm just going to be honest with you. And I wouldn't mind that. Because Stephon Diggs in the slot would be pretty devastating with Slayton on the outside and Malik Neighbors on the outside too. And then Diggs can go to the outside as well. So if that's in play and they're trying to find another dominant receiver to pair with Malik Neighbors and Slayton, Stephon Diggs is in play.
And they should be, because you're already bringing in a rookie quarterback. So I would like the Giants to set up Sador, Cam Ward, like Chicago set up Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would like the Giants to do. Go all out. Go all out. If you got to trade to get an Ayuk, go do it. Set yourself up. Now you got 3 pretty good receivers. You can add a running back to the group. Also, another tight end. Your line should be decent if they're healthy and they're all starting. If one of them gets hurt, I don't know what to tell you because the depth ain't there yet. But on paper, you got a decent line. So you should be able to cook on it. You should be able to. If you make a move like that, you should be able to. But we got to see what Brian Daboll is going to do on offense. See? The whole bullshit with Daboll comes back into effect because now you don't know what the offensive philosophy is because he changed the goddamn shit so much. How you gonna have one game where you just open up the playbook, score 40-something points, and then the very next game you just go back to shit and say, oh, well, see, you get a quarterback, I can put – man, that shit like that pisses me off, bro. That's pure arrogance. I don't know, man. Shit is whack.
I'll say that again, NYG.
Oh nah, I'm just like the whole Brian Dable shit. It's just like you don't even know what he's doing over there. So it's kind of like hard to get a grasp on how these players fit on offense and what they can do on offense. You know, because hell, man, I would love to have an Ayuk and all these players and shit, man. But damn, is he even gonna be able to do anything with these dudes, man? Like on offense, you know? You keep making this excuse for this quarterback. So if you don't get the exact quarterback you want, then we just can't do nothing. Like,
Yeah, I believe the philosophy has to change immediately, because if it if it doesn't, none of this means anything. None of it means anything. Like you said, if they don't change the philosophy that they had on offense last year, none of it means anything. Even if you don't get an IU or anything, you're gonna have to change because that philosophy is too easy to guard. It really is. And when they did change it, they put up some points. When they changed it against the Colts, they put up some points.
So I mean,
you know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Were they playing? What do they call it? Playing possum? Because they didn't want Daniel Jones there, which is egregious. But
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Honestly, as much as I'm not gonna say hate. It's too strong a word. Much as I dislike Brian Dable's offensive philosophy and the way he operates as a coach, I don't think he's an idiot. I think he can coach offense. I just think his ego gets in the way, and I think he's a vindictive little son of a gun in the fact that if you get on, you know what I'm saying? He's one of those type of dudes that probably holds grudges on play. You seen what he did to Slayton, some of these cats towards the end of the season. I don't think that Brian Dable is dumb on offense though. You know, we've seen him open up the playbook on occasions and the team actually look competent. It's just that, you know, the reason that you haven't done that, you're saying is the quarterback, but the real reason is, you know, you were trying to tank. Like you could have made Daniel Jones look better. You could have made this offense look better, even with Drew Lock and Tyrod Taylor the year before. You could have. I just didn't think you wanted to. So that's why I don't like a coach like that. You know, why was you trying to dog it on purpose? Because you want a certain quarterback? I don't know, man. Why not just build your team?
Shout out to almost 200 in the chat. Thank you guys. If you're watching on Twitter from the Aboriginal Sports Network, please hit that follow button for us on X/Twitter. Man, this has been amazing. Almost 200 people in the chat. We got a lot more coming to you. Just like this. Coach Ed, what's going on, Coach? He says, I have a trade that will be an unpopular pending. Shout out to NYG.
Let's go.
He says, reach out to Indy and research what it would cost for Richardson. He's a Dabo-type quarterback. No. I don't think he's a good quarterback. I don't think he's a quarterback that you can trust to run the offense as far as your passing game. Now, if you have an offense just built off straight running, perfect. But that dude, 50% completion percentage. It's not like he didn't have weapons over there with Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, Adonai Mitchell, Michael Pittman. The list goes on and on and on. They had people over there. So I told people about Anthony Richardson before he came out. I'm a Florida fan. And I said, if you put him in an offense where he has to pass the ball to get the ball down the field and it's not based off the run game, even though you have Jonathan Taylor, it's going to be a problem for him. And it looks like he's not doing the proper work on actually becoming a quarterback. Now, with Dabo's history, he's proven that if you're not already not like that, You're never going to get to that level. Let's just keep it a buck. All the quarterbacks Brian Daboll has had, other than Josh Allen, they have amounted to nothing. Daniel Jones, Colt McCoy, Jalen Hurts had to leave Alabama. You know, like there's a couple of other guys back in the day that he had that didn't amount to anything. He's supposed to be a quarterback whisperer. So no, I don't trust that at all. He's a different type talent, man. You have to run a different type. Like, he would probably be pretty good in a scheme like how the Eagles run. Surround him with supreme talent and let him use his running ability when he can, and have an offensive line that can block their ass off. You know what I'm saying? Then I would consider it. But yeah, man, we're gonna look at this real quick. Mr. Connor Hughes, your favorite Giants reporter, I guess. He's speaking on, I guess, philosophy, what NYG has been preaching this whole time. So let's take a look at what Mr. Connor Hughes has to say. All right. Man, he's like one of them, what do you call him? He's like one of them little leprechauns.
Yeah. It's me pretty good.
Right. Oh, what is this? Get out of here.
Long for the Giants to have their first major splash of the second day of the legal tampering period. They have agreed to a 3-year contract with Dolphins safety Jevon Holland. Holland, talking to multiple people around the NFL, was considered to be one of the 5 best free agents in this year's class. Now, we can argue that this is a pretty significant change in philosophy for Giants general manager Joe Schoen, because he has preached not spending a premium on non-premium positions. Holland is a safety. The Giants let Xavier McKinney walk a year ago because they didn't want to pay a safety. Now suddenly they're going to give a safety $15 million annually per year. But just from a football perspective, this does make a Giants defense significantly better, an area that John Mara stressed after the season needed to improve. And the Giants and Shane have done just that in free agency, specifically in that secondary. Paulson Adebo, your new number 1 corner, that pushes Deonte Banks to number 2, and Drew Phillips now is your true nickel corner. In the safety, you've got Tyler Nubin coming back, who could be significantly, or should be significantly improved in year 2, and now you add Holland to that mix. That secondary, so maligned a year ago, could be one of the better in the NFL. Yes, there is that much young talent in that position, and you obviously know what the Giants can do up front with Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, and Kayvon Thibodeau. So the Giants still need to find their quarterback, but at least on the defensive side of the ball, things are looking pretty good after a day and 2 minutes of the legal tampering period. It didn't.
So, what do you think about philosophy change? Did the philosophy change on defense? It might not be the side of the ball that you really want to change as far as you, NYG, but can you talk to the fans about maybe a philosophy change on defense?
Well, I think on defense, they got ball hawks now. I talked about that earlier. So, where were the Giants at in turnovers?
Dead last.
So again, you improve there because Adebo is a good ball hawking corner, and then Jevon Holland, he's good at interceptions, good at forcing fumbles. So you get better there. You get better in your secondary as far as dealing with guys like in your division. Now you got a Deebo Samuel, a Terry McLaurin, you got a Devontae Smith and a AJ Brown you got to deal with. So you got two tall. How tall is Adebo? Pat, what's his measurables? As far as height, weight?
Adebo 6'1", 195.
So you got 2 tall, long corners that can match up with the receivers in your division. So that's how you change your philosophy, and it allows you to cover, maybe for an extra half second or second in order for your defensive line to get home, man, and get those sacks and finish those plays. So that's how you change your defense with the moves that they made, particularly in the secondary. On the defensive line, we already know what the starters can do, but those two depth pieces are going to be very important because, those guys get wore out. Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence. So it allows you to have a nice rotation where you can keep your guys fresh and have them in the fourth quarter ready to roll to close out games. So that's how I feel about how they changed their philosophy on defense. Like I said, I'm happy with the moves they made on defense. I need to see a little bit more on the other side of the football.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I am extremely happy what they did on defense because that changes what you can do on defense. And I think the defense is going to be pretty good, man. Yeah. Slick Rick reporting that Leonard Floyd might be a Giant. And Slick Rick has been right so far. I will say that.
Ricky's tapped in some way, somehow.
Yeah, some way, somehow, he is tapped in. I'll give him that. Mr. Slick Rick is rarely wrong. But he's been wrong on a couple occasions. But I truly believe that they switched their philosophy on defense. And I'll ask you this question. What's going on, Man Cave?
Cave, what's good?
Yeah, Coach. I don't like the Richardson thing at all, bro. And I've been looking at Richardson for a long time.
Yeah, reportedly, that they're the co-favorites to trade for Anthony Richardson if Richardson trades him. The Giants are. So I don't know what that looks like and why they would do that, but yeah, I
don't know. 7th round pick, maybe. I don't know. I don't even want to do that. But hey, look, we're gonna take a quick commercial break and we're gonna get into the top free agents left in this free agency tampering period. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Or just the Giants organization that really put Daniel Jones in the forefront and carried him in that type of light, man, on national TV.
$223. The suspension also opens the door for the Texans to release Al-Shahir after.
Then in 1976, guess who was hired? Atis fans. This is where preference plays the biggest.
I'm gonna have to knock this down and get the oohs and ahs of Houston.
Welcome to the Aboriginal Sports Network.
Hey, we're going to take a look at some of the top free agents left in this free agency period. It's a couple of older receivers that's up there. So we're going to see exactly who's up there and who do you think the Giants should, take a look at. Let's see what music we gonna play for the people out here, man. I don't know what we gonna play for.
What you got in here, man?
Would be cool to take it on mute.
There you go.
Yeah, we can play
that's
this.
cool. That's a cool beat.
All right, so some of the guys that are left, they say the number one guy on the board is Amari Cooper. That's a no to me for the Giants if you want to get a dominant receiver. I just think he's lost a step, man. I don't know, man. It's just his game is, I don't know. Would you say it's too smooth? I don't know. Stephon Diggs, I do believe he could be a target for the New York Giants because of the Dabo ties in Buffalo. I do believe that could be, or maybe his relationship is not as good with Dabo as we think. I don't know. Cornerback, I do not believe they're going to be in for another cornerback in Rasul Douglas, veteran. I think he's around 30, 31. Cam Robinson, tackle. I don't know why he's so high, man, because he gives up a lot of pressure at that tackle.
I don't like him
at all. Kevin Jenkins, this is the guy I want them to sign to, go in there.
Tevin or Kevin?
Tevin Jenkins.
No, I'm saying sign Tevin or Kevin Zeitler. Kevin Zeitler or Tevin Jenkins. Tevin or Kevin. One of them two.
I think Kevin Zeitler is the more surefire choice, but he's 34 years old. Now, if you're there for him to be a placeholder while you draft your guy, hell yeah, do it all day. It makes a whole lot of sense.
Or you could let him there if you think you can develop Evan Neal. And let Kevin Zeitler play in that spot and give Evan Neal spot duty to get him some experience.
That's a fact. That's a good point, man. Elaborate on that while we're here. Elaborate on that.
I mean, you think about it. Evan Neal needs to learn how to play guard. I mean, he knows how to play guard, but you want him to get some experience without him having to, take significant snaps, on the fly while still learning. So you sign Kevin Zeitler, a veteran, knows what he's doing, played for you before, still a pretty good player, and he probably ain't gonna command a whole lot, being on the back end of his career. And you set yourself up to have an actual draft pick be a contributor for you in the future if you can get Evan Neal to the point to where he can be a decent starting guard. If not, you still draft a player regardless, and you got two in the hole that is ready to start for you the next season in 2026.
I think that makes perfect sense.
See what I'm saying?
I think that makes perfect sense. Man Cave, he said, I thought Daniel Jones' career was over. TP.
What's good,
What's
TP?
going on? Hey, if you fellas want to come on and talk with us, man, y'all let us know. But yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's what the Cowboys did for years. Before injuries happen and retirements happen suddenly, because they didn't expect that to happen. They didn't expect people like old boy to retire so fast, but that's what you're supposed to do, man. Yeah, I actually like that plan a little bit more than Tevin Jenkins, because I know Kevin Zeitler is solid. I know he's going to be solid. He got 2 good years left in him. In those 2 good years, you get those dudes trained up. Now, the only thing that goes against that is you got to give Evan Neal his 5th-year option here soon. So I'm in a favor of drafting the guard as well.
I mean, like that's what I'm saying.
2 in the chamber. Yeah,
either
I know.
way, you got 2. You know what I'm saying? If you think Evan Neal is worth the money, you could re-sign him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. You got 3 cornerbacks: Kendall Fuller, Asante Samuel, and Mike Hilton. I know they're gonna pass on that. They're done with the defense, I believe, unless it's an edge rusher. You got D Hop, no. Tyron Smith, no. Juwan Johnson, you want to sign another tight end? No. I don't think they're going another defensive tackle and Levi Orza-Ricky. No. Mekhi Becton. Interesting. His pass blocking was not very good, but his run blocking was superb.
I mean, I think you got Mekhi Becton and Evan Neal. Word up.
Okay, elaborate on it.
Shit, they about the same size. Both are converted. Well, Evan Neal about to be a tackle converted to guard. And why pay Mekhi Becton? You said he ain't good at pass protection. Neither is Evan Neal, but Evan Neal is a dominant run blocker, like Mekhi Becton. So why pay Mekhi Becton that when you got the same player in Evan Neal, and Evan Neal's younger, or are they the same age? So I think, I don't know. Somebody could tell me that. I'm not looking it up right now, but either way, I think they're a similar type player that you don't need to bring in Mekhi. If you're going to bring in somebody here, I want somebody that's a proven veteran that you know can get it done, run blocking and pass blocking. They're going to be solid in both. Maybe not dominant in one area or the other, but going to be solid in both. Because, again, if you're not going to become a heavy run team, which, again, we talk about philosophy. So if you're not going to become a heavy run team, you don't need a guy like Mekhi Becton, because he's going to have to pass block more than he does run block in Brian Daboll's system. So, yeah. That's what I got.
Right. Got some more Slick Rick news. He's hinting around Ojulari coming back to the Giants.
Ooh.
So we'll see. You got Keenan Allen at the receiver position. Now, Keenan Allen in the slot with Slayton and Malik Neighbors can be very deadly as well. Keenan Allen still got the juice. He showed you that last year with the Bears. Had a slow start, but when they started feeding him the ball, he showed him, I'm still that dude. And he wouldn't cost that much. He would cost around the same amount as Slayton.
Yep.
So I could put a green check by Keenan Allen. I wouldn't be mad about that. Another green check here, Russell Wilson. Wouldn't be mad at that.
Yep.
So we're going to get to a couple of edge rushers. Joey Bosa's off the board. Von Miller and Zadarius Smith. What do you think about those dudes coming back? I mean, not coming back, but coming to over here.
They're going to want too much money. Honestly, that's the problem. And you gave Golston some money. And the other cat, the D tackle, just heard talking to Aziz possibly. So, and he's down there too. I'm sure we're gonna get to him in a second, but I don't think you make that move. I don't think those guys make that move. I think they want to go to winning teams and try to compete for a championship. So I don't think it's gonna work.
That's a fact. And I think Zadarius Smith, he's dating SZA, man. He's gonna be out of his mind here. Justin Reed is off the board. We got Holland. I just told you about Slick Rick with Azeez Ojulari. Calais Campbell's off the board. Very older gentleman at 38, 39. And we already signed 2 defensive tackles, so it wouldn't make sense. Though. Still can play. Yeah, still can play. DeMarcus Lawrence. This is another one where we can probably hurt a division rival.
I don't know if it's possible now to get both them Cowboys. That'd be nasty work, boy. Woo! That'd be nasty work. You had to be what? That'd be nasty work, bro.
Explain why you would be excited to see that happen.
Man, you hurt the Cowboys significantly, bro. First and foremost. And can you think of a rotation with Golston, Lawrence, Burns, Thibodeau, Dex, the guy you signed, what's his name, Pat? I don't want to mispronounce the tackle. He's the one I can't think of right now. Roy, it's on the screen, dummy. Roy Robinson Harris. I put it on the screen. Him. Can you think of that rotation? Like, bro, that's just the front 7. We ain't even talking about Bobby O and the linebackers.
Yeah.
Bro, you know what I'm saying?
I'm excited for this defense, man.
I like that, and I don't know what Lawrence gonna want, but shit, if you're gonna give, if it's him or Azeez, who you picking? Let me ask you that.
If it's him or Aziz,
if they want the
I'm
same
picking
money,
DeMarcus Lawrence.
yeah, let's go.
I'm picking DeMarcus Lawrence, even though he's 32 years old.
Okay.
I'm picking DeMarcus Lawrence, man.
He gonna eat when he played Dallas.
Yeah. Oh man. Now he would be absolutely motivated to play Dallas. That's a fact. And the Eagles. He don't like the Eagles at all. And he was actually balling before he got hurt. To keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? He was actually balling before he got hurt. And it kept him out the whole year. That's why his stats are down. And he'll probably take a 1 year $14 million deal or 1 year $12 million deal and come here with a vengeance. I think that dude, he'll play so well that Thibodeau snaps will get taken away.
That.
I'm just being honest with you. And this is not me, oh, you an old man like everybody wants to call us. You're an old man. You ain't nobody trying to, be with these old people. I'm telling you, you need some old men to come in here and show these young bucks what to do.
Them old ass bastards in Philly won the championship, didn't they? All old tuckers. All old, ain't they? All the boys on defense. You know what I'm saying?
I would take DeMarcus Lawrence before I take Aziz because hell, they both have an injury history, but DeMarcus Lawrence has been way healthier than Aziz Ojulari over his career. So yeah. I'm out on Brandon Sheriff. He's a shell of himself. If you're gonna go the old man route at the guard, I'm going Kevin Zeitler. He's still showing that he still got it, and he was a very good guard for the Ravens this year. J.K. Dobbins at running back, coming off a year over there with the Chargers, got hurt again. What do you think about J.K. Dobbins coming in to back up a Tyrone Tracy?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you got to sign. You need bodies at the running back position, so I'm guessing they're gonna sign somebody. Is this the guy I want though? Probably not. I'd probably rather go get somebody in the draft. I think that there's a lot of good running backs in the draft this year. I think you can get one in the later rounds, 5th, 6th round possibly. And how y'all feel about a Cal Manunga? I heard his name thrown out there. Shout out to Coach. Rutgers Scarlet Knight.
I was gonna say Rutgers in the building.
So somebody like that, you could probably get in the 4th or 5th round. I'd rather do that, bro, than go after J.K. Dobbins and pay him money. Man, I'm good.
Okay, me too. I ain't gonna lie to you, me too, man. Shout out to TP. That's dope. He said later today, he says, Holland, if you hear me. All right, TP. I see the creativity.
Yeah.
Y'all tune in to that show, TP Way. If he does put it on the network or on his channel, check out Holland, if you hear me, later tonight, man. Be on the lookout for another New York Giants full access with the 3 captains. We'll be doing a New York Giants full access for you guys tomorrow, sometime around 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll do that for you guys. Dante Fowler. This is another guy that's around the 31-year-old range. And he's coming from the Commanders. We can hurt the Commanders a little bit. So what do you think about Dante Fowler?
I put him in the Aziz, the Marcus Lawrence group. If you can get either one of those guys, to come in and add to your pass rush, on top of the cash you sign and the dudes that's already returning, that's already in the building. I'm with you. I prefer Lawrence out the group. Probably Aziz, then Fowler next, just because Aziz has been here. He knows your system. And he's played with the players that's already on your roster. But Fowler's a good option too. He's a good option too. I don't think you get 2 of them. Be nice if you could, but that's too much. So somebody's not going to play. But either one of those guys, I'm perfectly fine with, bro. Be dead ass with you.
All right. just to say a little thing right here, the same people that reported the Brandon Ayuk news, it says the Giants' main priority this offseason is making this an attractive destination for not only Aaron Rodgers, but future free agents and draftees. Malik Neighbors is phenomenal, but adding another offensive weapon is something they are heavily considering. So whether that weapon be the quarterback or the receiver position, they are determined to get another weapon before this free agency period is over. So it looks like they're listening, bro. He says, give me Lawrence on defense and Hernandez on offense, and I will see the vision. Sexy fatties. Coming from the sexiest fat man in the world.
Yeah.
Coach
Hashtag that, coach. Sexy
right.
fatties.
Right.
That's dope.
Yeah, I think Will Hernandez wouldn't be bad. But not signing safety in Juan Thornhill, although he's a good safety. Darius Slay is already with the Steelers. Stephon Gilmore, he's around 34 years old. Don't know how much more he has left in the tank. Justin Simmons will probably be waiting for the best deal available, but we already got a safety. Jedrick Wills Jr., the disappointing tackle from the Browns. It says that he should be moved to right tackle or guard. Would you take a flyer on a Jedrick Wills, a former first-round pick of the Browns, like a Evan Neal? Would you take a flyer on him?
It's funny because Jedrick Wills was in that Andrew Thomas draft, and everybody said Andrew Thomas was the worst one. But Wills, maybe he's kind of a maybe for me. It depends on if you view him as if you think he can legit play tackle, and if you want to move him to right tackle. So if you think he's a tackle, because he was playing left tackle, I know he played right tackle in college, kind of like what they did with Evan Neal, but it was in reverse. He went from the left to right, is where Wills went from the right to left. So if you put him back on the right side, because you're gonna need some depth there. If you think he can play there, and if it's a low cost type, high reward type situation, I wouldn't mind taking a flyer on it. I wouldn't put myself in a position where you need this guy to play significant snaps. Make sure you have a solid rotation and a solid plan if people get hurt, because you don't want one person to go down, then Jedrick Wills is over there starting at right tackle getting smoked. That's where you have to be smart about some of these decisions. So, yeah, it's kind of I don't know. You know, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm at the same way. If you're gonna do that, just do it with Evan Neal.
Yeah,
spend money on somebody else to put them in the same situation. Shout out to the 230 in the chat. Let's go.
Yeah.
Evan Ingram, I think that's a no. I don't think we need Evan Ingram here. Matthew Judon, that's another guy that I wouldn't mind coming here as an edge rusher. As a third edge rusher. This guy, people really don't know about Dennis Gardeck. Come from the Cardinals. You remember Van Grinkle? Dude that's torch. He plays just like him. Plays just like him, looks like him, plays just like him. A very good hustle guy. He's only 6 foot 232, and he's 30 years old, but he's definitely one of those glue guys for your team. If you want a team, he's team friendly. I will say that. Okay. Is he gonna come be a dominant player? No, but as far as just being a pinch hitter, I'm solid with him.
Okay.
And he's one of those guys. He picks people's heads up when things are not going right. He doesn't put his head down. He's always cheerful. They call him the gladiator because he just goes out there and he just plays balls to the wall. You need some of those dudes on your team.
Yeah, you do.
This will be a guy, and if the Giants sign, everybody like, man, who the hell is this? This dude is ass. And this was the dude that was going at us in that 2023 season when we came back, but he was balling that game. And he will be respected in the locker room, and he's a guy like you say, that could change philosophy, aka culture. To me, he's a guy that could come in and change that. Like, this dude's all over the place, bro. And a lot of teammates will tell you he's fun to be around. So take that for what it's worth. But a lot of guys don't know about him. I studied film on him. He's actually not bad. And he's stronger than he looks. Kelvin Beachum, he's been signed already. Not going Jonathan Jones. Now, Deontay Johnson. This dude is crazy, man. This dude been getting traded back and forth. What do you think about him? What if they said, hey, look, we're going to sign Deontay Johnson to come and be the slot receiver? What do you think about him?
I mean, like you say, he been getting traded. Why? You know, like, what's wrong with you? You know, I liked it because wasn't he on the Panthers?
Man, he was on the Panthers. He was on the Steelers. He was on the Ravens.
I would like to know from Panthers fans, Steelers fans, what this dude is like, you know, because I hear a lot about him, but I don't hear a lot about him as far as being out there and being like a productive player. So I don't really know if he's a guy I want to take a chance on. What's the contract going to look like? Are there better? Matter of fact, no, I'm not doing it. Nah, fuck that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
gave Slayton money. There's receivers in the draft. If you're looking for a slot guy to replace Wan'Dale Robinson, I think you can get a guy in the draft that can push him eventually off the roster.
Okay. I agree. I don't want that dude nowhere near this team because every team he's went to, it seems to be a issue. So I don't want him anywhere near the Giants. We don't need anybody that has issues coming here because we already have a bunch of issues here already. Let's just keep it a buck. So that's a no for me too. Don't need another tight end like Tyler Conklin. Jameis Winston, yes. If he's the quarterback that you want to sign to be your veteran quarterback, yes. Now, here's an interesting one. Nick Chubb, running back from the Browns.
Yeah, I know you're a Nick Chubb fan, Pat. I'm a Nick Chubb fan too, but I mean, is he playing two to Tracy? I think at this point in his career, that's the role he has to accept. But I'm gonna ask you that. In this point in Nick Chubb's career, is a backup running back his role, or is you think he's still looking to be a starter somewhere? You know what I'm saying?
I think he could be a 1-2 punch for sure. Why wouldn't you bring him in to be a 1-2 punch? Let me ask you that.
What I'm saying is Nick Chubb himself wanting to be the number one back still, the feature back still? You see what I'm saying? That's what he was in Cleveland. You know, is he still looking for that with a team? Or is he willing to be a complimentary back and be a 1-2 punch with a Tyrone Tracy? If he's willing to do that, yeah, I'll take a flyer on it. That's why I love having these conversations, because I always want people to look at both sides of the coin here. What does the player want? You know, what does the team need? And what does the team want? You know, from a team standpoint, the Giants should be absolutely in on Nick Chubb. But they got to come at Nick Chubb like, hey, you're coming here to be the backup, complimentary back to our back Tyrone Tracy, because we think, you know, he's the star, you know, one of the stars of the offense. Does Nick Chubb want that? Or does he say, you know, maybe I want to go to a situation where I can win games, I can possibly win a championship, or a situation where I'm going to be more of the feature back and not have to take a backup role. to a second year running back. I've been a feature back in this league for years. Who knows how that man is thinking? But from the Giants standpoint, just to wrap it up, yeah, I'll take it. Absolutely. I'm taking a chance on Nick Chubb, man. I'm not giving him a bunch of bread, though, either. Yeah, bro. You're not about to fleece me, bro. Nah, son.
I don't get Nick Chubb a 2-year, $13 million deal. I'm giving Nick Chubb a 2-year, $13 million deal, and I'm telling him to save your career. To save your career.
The ghost said his kneecaps is ground beef.
Man, that's messed up. But to save his career, you could be our short yardage back. You could play that Kareem Hunt role. And I think he'll be a better version of Kareem Hunt. You see what I'm saying? Tyrone Tracy, yeah, he could be the starter. But when we need that ground and pound, put Chubb in the game. I think Nick Chubb is a very good back to play against somebody like the damn Eagles. Let's get into it.
Yeah. I like him better than dang on Devin Singletary. That's for freaking
That's
sure.
a fact. When we need those tough yards, when we need that tough running, I think he could be that guy. Is he the Nick Chubb where he signed that big contract? No.
But that's what he has to realize. You know what I'm saying, Pat?
If he realizes that, that's a fact. I think he could be a productive player still. I think he could be that guy in the red zone that can get the ball and punch it into the end zone. I think he could be that guy that, hey, if he needs to spell Tyrone Tracy, we just need some tough running up the middle. You've been talking about philosophy this whole stream. I think this is a philosophy change, to be honest with you. He's still kind of young. He's just not the Nick Chubb of old, but he can still play. He's not a bum. And you allow this dude to run in between the tackles. You want to run in between the tackles and get those tough yards, let him do that. And then you bring in Tyrone Tracy and hit him with the outside slashes and things. I'm telling you, this dude could be an underrated signing for whoever wants to run the ball. Unless his knees are completely shot, which I don't think they are. He can be dope, man. I mean, you can read off his stats. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Yo, let's get into it, man. Like you said, last year, 8 games, 102 yards. 102 rushes, 332 yards, 3.3 yards per attempt, and 3 touchdowns. So, you could look at all of his stats here. You see the receiving stats, 5 receptions, 31 yards. Here for Chubb, did have a fumble. So definitely, but you see in previous years, the last 2 years have been rough for Nick Chubb. But in 2022, if he can get back to, I say 75-80% of this form right here that he had in 2022, he can be what you said, Pat, a short down running back. He had 1,525 yards and 12 touchdowns in 2022. So, yeah, he's a couple years removed from that due to injury, but it's not like he hasn't been a very, very productive player in his career. And at this point, I don't know what kind of contract he's going to come in on the open market. So if you can get him for the low, as they say, yeah. But you see some of the stats there. Not a guy that you're going to give a lot of targets to, but he can get those tough yards on the ground and in short yardage situations and at the goal line. That's where I think the Giants lack with guys like Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, and Eric Gray. So I'm with you, bro, but is he healthy? And what's he gonna cost? And is there a better option in the draft? a cheaper option too.
That's a fact. Well,
So no.
Little bit of breaking news happened a couple of minutes ago. One of the guys we talked about, tight end Juwan Johnson, just signed back with the New Orleans Saints with a 3-year deal worth $30 million. So that's one of those guys off the board. The Giants weren't looking at tight end anyway. So good signing for him, man. $10 million for Juwan Johnson. I think that's a very good deal, man. He brings a lot to the table as far as the tight end position and the receiving game. It's a fact. So good signing for him, man. Kudos to him getting his money.
Exactly, JC. That's what I'm talking about, man. A Brandon Jacobs type thumper. Because me and Pat watch these games. We call these games, and it's been so many situations where the Giants 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, 4th and inches, and they just can't never. Matter of fact, they lose a yard or two. And it's like, man, the running back just getting driven back. Now, part of that, obviously, is the line, but these running backs, they always trying to go to the outside instead of just going up the middle and driving the pile. But you got to have strength to do that. You can't be a little man.
Can't be a little man in there trying to do something.
You know what I'm saying? You got to have some thump, like JC says. So
little man don't get the job done. Little man don't get the job done down there, man. Getting their little ass whooped down there. Very gray and
yeah, son.
So I'm not against it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not against it at all, man. But Nick Chubb, man, that would be kind of exciting to bring here. Philosophy change, man. You want philosophy change, you got to bring in players like that.
Exactly.
Linebacker Tyrell Dodson, I think he signed already. Julian Blackman not doing a safety. Preston Smith, old man Preston. Still got some juice left in the tank. Was playing with Pittsburgh. Actually looked pretty decent when he was playing with Pittsburgh. That would definitely be a guy I would bring in to be that third edge rusher for sure. Will Hernandez, a guard that I will consider. But if you're trying to get new energy in the building, I don't know if that's a guy that you go after. You know what I'm saying? He was previously here with the Giants, did not work out, went over to the Cardinals, was actually playing pretty well. Your mic going crazy. Actually was playing pretty well before he got hurt. So him coming off an injury, him coming back to New York, I don't think that would be a good situation for either side, to be honest with you. Because if they sign him, all you're going to do is bash him and bash him and bash him. What you did to him while he was here. Joshua Uche. This is the guy that I would actually sign. Joshua Uche is a very good edge rusher, man.
Hi, I still sound crazy.
Now it stopped. But Josh Uche is young. That dude is explosive off the edge. If you actually watch him play, man, that dude's pretty doggone good. Then you got Malik Collins. That's going to be a no. Eric Kendricks is a no. Mike Williams, Tyler Lockett. Interesting.
Tyler Lockett.
Tell him to come in here. You're going to be the slot guy. 32 years old. I still think underrated as a receiver. What do you think about Tyler Lockett, man?
He's better than Wandell. So, yeah. I take a shot on him. It's going to come down to bread with some of these older players. Do you want to pay the guy what he wants at this point in his career, given that he's a proven player? So, a lot of times guys' egos sort of come into effect when we're talking about what they're worth and what the market is saying they're worth. So I don't know. If you bring in Tyler Lockett in here, yeah, TP, but we was bringing Golden Tate in here to replace Odell Beckham Jr. This guy's going to be like a third or maybe even fourth option, depending on what they do in the draft. So, yeah, and it's not like you would be giving him a contract like that. It'd probably be a 1-year deal if I'm doing it. But I would take a shot on that. You need more veterans in this on this offense, in this receiver group. You got Slayton, that's a good start. Go and get you another veteran. You still got some young players, and you still got the draft to fill out your roster at that position. So he's a guy I would definitely take a shot on. He's a pro, still a good player in my opinion. And, you know, he can help teach your young guys what's up.
Yeah, that's a fact. Hey, man, what's up with the ageism in this fan base? Old. That dude be like 27 years old. He's old. Like, God, dog.
I mean, but this dude, it ain't like you coming in. It ain't like you bringing Tyler Lockett to be your 1 or even 2.
Right.
Like, he's a third option at best. But he knows what he's doing. It ain't like the guy gonna go out there and run the wrong route or some shit. Like, that's what young players do. That's what y'all don't understand. All the mistakes the Giants make out there, all the false starts, penalties, and da-da-da-da-da, it's because they're such a young team, bro. Veterans don't make those mistakes. If they're good, they don't make those. And this is a good veteran. He's not gonna come in here and make silly mistakes. Is he gonna be a perfect player or be, you know, route people up still like he did back in his younger days, or have the breakaway speed like he did back in his younger days that you're looking for the younger players? No. But he's going to be solid, and he's not going to make mistakes. And he's going to be able to understand the playbook and do what's necessary out there to not fuck up the play and fuck up the drives. So that's what y'all got to understand with some of these veterans.
What? Let me ask you a question, since you come on here a lot, you troll a little bit, Rainey. What do you think development is for a player? You think development for a player is just throwing them out there to the wolves? Or do you think development is a young guy that comes in, Tyler Lockett is there? What penalties Tyler Lockett gets? Let me ask you a question. Have you even watched Tyler Lockett? What penalties is a receiver getting that he's costing his teams? What penalty? Tyler Lockett has been productive as shit.
Tell me why Hyatt can't get on the field. Tell me why. Tell me why Hyatt can't get on the field. Is it because he's not talented, or he's not fast, or doesn't have hands? No. It's because he doesn't know the nuances of being a receiver. So despite being young and talented, it's no good if you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
You're saying reps. Jaden Daniels plays the quarterback position. It's a different position. Like, you guys, like, when you come here to the Aboriginal Sports Network, this is not tooting our own horn or anything like that, bro. But if you want to make comments and things like that, you gotta bring you gotta bring substance, bro. You gotta bring more than, oh, he gets penalties. You know what I'm saying? You say these things, oh, Matthew Golden reminds me of him. Matthew Golden is a totally different player from Tyler Lockett or Slayton or DK. If you got a account for Golden, it'd be like a miniature CD Lamb a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You might not have to like Lockett. I'm not saying you have to like Lockett, but we're talking about player development. Player development is more than just throwing somebody out there and say, go get some reps. It's not like development is coaching. Development is watching somebody in front of you doing the things that you want to do. So let's say if we go in the draft and draft somebody like a Jalen Noel from Iowa State, who I think is dope. You don't think that he can learn from Tyler Lockett on certain situations, on run your route this way when he's guarding you this way, do this type of release when you see the dude shade it this way? Like it's nuances to the game that a lot of people don't pay attention to, which is all right. If you just watch the game, then just watch the game. But don't come up there and talk like you really know what you're talking about if you're not willing to prove what you're talking about. I can literally bring up Tyler Lockett's film and show you exactly what that dude meant to that Seahawks team. Those third down conversions and everything, it was him. Hell, some games he got more targets than DK Metcalf because he kept getting open. It's like how guys like Christian Kirk are in the league. He was one of the first guys that developed into that. And he could play the outside only being 5'10", because he has a great release off the line, because he has the nuances of running his routes, because he knows when to get down and not take major hits, because he knows how to get to the sticks and get open in the middle of zones. That's part of development, watching somebody like that. Go ahead, NYG.
How is Slayton and Hyatt's way?
Right. Hyatt got all the reps in training camp.
Hyatt got the reps. Hyatt got on the field. Hyatt didn't perform. Slayton took a back seat in this offense several times. That's why I'm glad he got paid, because several times he was asked to take a back seat, like he did for what's his name? That damn dude. We always Alec Bachman and David Sills. He took a back seat, for Hyatt. So Hyatt didn't earn his playing time. They had to put Slayton out there, because guess what? Hyatt can't release off the line of scrimmage.
That's a fact.
So again, we talking football. That's the problem here. When you can't get a release off the line of scrimmage, speed, none of that shit really matters.
And everybody in the NFL is fast. Just because you fast don't mean you gonna be good. A la Darius Hayward-Bay ran a low 4.2. Didn't do nothing. John Ross had the record before Worthy just broke it.
Right, D-Dan. Steve Smith was trying to teach him. You seen that in training camp.
Yep.
He just ain't got it, bro.
How did he get in his way? How did he get in his way? So you think Slayton got that type of pull with the Giants when he was behind Alex Bachman and David Sills? And Hyde is not, you talking about Bryce Ford Wheaton. What is he doing? Do you know what he's doing in training camp? Is he showing that he can run routes? Nope. Since Slayton is just taking everybody's clock, come prove it to us. I'll even put the link in the chat for you to come speak and prove it to us. I like dudes like you because you talk. So give me the knowledge. Teach us on how Slayton is holding people like Bryce Ford Wheaton back and Hyatt back. Come tell us how he's holding people back.
I'm confused because
he was one of DJ's guys. They didn't even like DJ.
So if he was one of DJ's guys, then why don't they get rid of him after they got rid of DJ? They should have got rid of all the DJ's guys if he was just here because of DJ and he was getting playing time because of DJ. No, the dude's playing because he can play in the NFL. Come on, man. You ain't got to like him, but give him his props. That's why he's still on the Giants. Why
That's a fact. Actually, Dabo likes him. If you go to read the reports, Dabo actually liked the way that he fought.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? The dude only gets 60 to 70 targets a year, and he still averages almost 750 yards a season. That should tell you something. And with a bad quarterback and a bad offensive line, that should tell you something. Believe me, if Hyatt was that talented, he would be on the field.
You more than welcome to come on, Rainey. You know, I'll mute up. We'll mute the music. So we'll give you,
we'll give you the floor.
You'll get the big screen up there. So
you could definitely come talk to us. Because I got to find out this information, how Darth Slayton is taking everybody's reps.
Darth Slayton.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to hear this. Man, DJ threw that in and they blamed it on Hyatt in the preseason. No. DJ gets blamed for everything.
In the preseason, we talk about practice, man. I ain't got my Allen Iverson drop.
Right.
Practice?
Tell me what Hyatt does to where he should be on the field. Tell me what he does. Because you definitely not gonna get that cop, because DJ got blamed for everything. Come explain to me why Hyatt deserves to be on the field. I don't want just quotes. Oh, Hyatt balled his rookie season. No, he didn't. What did Slayton do? He had all training camp to prove that he was the number 2 receiver. He had all training camp and preseason. So it's something that all the coaches saw the reason why he ain't playing. Yeah, you can pull up the stats real quick before we get back into the free agents. Sorry, Mr. Tyler Lockett, you brought this subject up.
Yeah, that's the stats. 2023, played 17 games, 40 targets, 23 receptions, 373 yards, 16.2 yards per reception, no touchdowns, 11 first downs, catch percentage, yards per catch, 21.9, catch percentage, 57.5, yards per target, 9.3. So last year, 16 games, 3 starts, 19 targets, 8 catches, 62 yards, 1.7 yards per catch, no touchdowns, 3 first downs, success percentage 31.6. I mean, catch percentage 42.1. Yards per target 3.3. I mean, that's his stats. That's his career stats. So, I mean, that's your guy. That's your man's. That's your man, son.
I just want you to come and show me.
I just say how many penalties he drew. Damn, I think they got it. Let me see if I can find this.
Okay, so let's watch somebody who was a huge Jalen Hyatt fan explain to you what Jalen Hyatt is about.
Crazy, man.
So let's look at it. Let's bring up some film.
All right, let's do it.
So I want you to listen to what this content creator says about Jalen Hyatt.
Why on God's green earth is Jalen Hyatt not getting targets?
Once a giant, always a giant. For me, it's only a giant.
Jalen Hyatt has 0 catches, 1 target, 0 touchdowns, 0 yards. He's just out there doing cardio, as they say. He's out there doing cardio. Part of it is Jalen Hyatt's game. isn't ready. Part of it is Jalen Hyatt is kind of in the doghouse, and part of it is the quarterback doesn't trust Jalen Hyatt. So here, this is more scheme. This is Hyatt running this deep crosser. They don't trust him to do much more than these deep crossers, deep posts, and go routes. When a quarterback doesn't trust you, and when you're not the first or second read, you're not going to get a ton of targets. So just take a look here. He's just going to clear out. Does a good job. Guess what? Because Hyatt clears this whole defense out here, and the safety starts to kind of go with him. Guess what? Eric Gray has all of this space and opportunity. I mean, I can draw a picture. I can draw a whole picture here of just space. Space. Like, this is all the space that Eric Gray has because of Jalen Hyatt clearing out. That's what he was put there to do. That's what he did. Here's another example of him probably being used as a clear out. I'm not sure if he was here to clear out here or if he was here to catch the ball, but he didn't run this route like he was there to catch the ball. So I have to assume that this is some sort of clear out and he just didn't have that energy. He's going against what I think Woolen is an all-pro corner. So he's going against him. Woolen followed him the whole game to just basically say, Woolen, don't get beat deep, and we'll be able to deal with the rest of these guys here, because they figured if Malik Neighbors is in the game, probably your next big play receiver is going to be Jalen Hyatt. Boy, were they wrong. Boy, were they wrong. So you're going to see Hyatt, no urgency on this route, just kind of just a jog across the field. And, again, if this is the clear out, guess what? Slayton eats right there. So if it's the clear out, I mean, decent job, but I want to see you run every route like you're going to catch it and score. That's the only way you're going to get the attention of the coaches.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Why are you lollygagging your route? You look at that this dude's an idiot. What is he looking at? I don't know what the fuck he was looking at. But look at the route. You're not even worried about Jalen Hyatt. You're not even worried about him.
That's the only way you're going to get that attention. That's the only way that Daniel Jones is going to say, okay, if I don't see this over open to Darius Slayton, next time I'm going to throw this across to Jalen Hyatt.
Now, imagine if this safety did his job and was over the top of Slayton. Everything else is bottled up. You want to know why? Because you're not running hard. You got almost 4.3 speed, right?
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? He had one good game with the Patriots.
Because guess what? He's jogging, and you got a guy that's on his back hip. So if he's sprinting, he's probably wide open. All right, so I love this play. This is well schemed by Brian Dable. In these situations, someone's always going to be open. You're going to have this out here. Jalen Hyatt running this in. I think Wandale may be clearing out here. I think so. And you're going to have your tight end in the flat, and that's where Daniel ends up going with the ball. The proper read would have been Tyrone Tracy here, but essentially this is to get these guys in this zone and causing some issues with this cover too. So he's going to have to choose between outside here and inside with Jalen Hyatt. And take a look at Hyatt here. I'll keep his route here. And he's just going to be running across the face of the safety. And it doesn't really show if he got open or not because the safety is taking a look at the outside where Theo Johnson is. But I do believe he had an opportunity to be open here. And I believe this could have been a big play, if possible, if DJ had the time, which you see someone that's kind of in his face here. But if Hyatt got to be one-on-one with this safety with all the speed that he has, you have a lot that you can do. So he's in the middle of the field. Not to say, oh, Daniel Jones should have absolutely thrown the ball there. No, not really. But it's possible that Hyatt could have done something with this. And again, with Tyrone Tracy at the bottom of your screen, 29, that's where the ball really should have gone. But he had to be what? Your fourth read, third read. He was never going to get the ball. But if he did, he probably would have made the biggest play here. All right, so this is always going to be.
So I want you to look at the route that he ran right here. Now, the only reason why he got open because he already saw Daniel Jones throwing the ball over here. It's the only reason why he got open. When you look at this
A big
dude's
play,
route,
if possible.
oh, now I gotta slow it down. See, y'all finna get me in film mode. I ain't supposed to be in film mode. See what I'm saying? Like y'all do too much. He got a lot to
Really
learn,
show
man.
if he.
Oh, yeah, he got even worse. Oh, man, see. Let me get in film mode. See, I ain't supposed to be in film mode. And he goes slow in here. But if you just look at the route, imagine if Daniel Jones went already throwing this ball. Look at the way he runs his routes, bro. He's standing up straight up and is not giving you any indication of what he's finna like. I'll do one personally, man. Because he takes too long going into his stuff, but he only got open because Daniel Jones already threw the ball, sir. That's why I like doing film reviews, just to show you dudes be looking crazy when you say, yeah, Daniel Jones should have definitely threw it to him. Well, he already threw the ball. That's why he got open. The dude took his concentration off of him. And he went to the dude that was getting the ball. But I'll do a literal film review for you on Jalen Hyatt and get his reps and show you why he don't get reps. It's obvious why he doesn't get reps. Like Diggy said, they don't trust him. He lollygags his routes because he's pouting because they're saying, you got to go out there and earn that number 2 over Slayton.
Mm-hmm.
And Slayton like, well, I'm going to just do my job.
Facts.
You want to sit there and pout and complain? Then go ahead. Because the door was open. They gave it to you in training camp.
Mm-hmm. Ain't do nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, he was open because the ball was already thrown, sir. What do y'all don't get about that? When the ball is thrown, you're taught to go after the ball. Like, he already saw Daniel Jones' arm with the ball in the air already, so he's already taking off towards the ball. Like I said, I'll do that film session for you personally and bring you on the panel. And I'll let you tell me what's open or not. And I'll let you tell me what good routes or not. I'll let you tell me what good effort is about. Slayton could drop but that's what y'all bring up too. Slayton had less drops than everybody last year. He didn't drop the ball from week 6 all the way to week 17. It's funny that they depended on Slayton to come be the number 1 the 2022 year when we made the playoffs. They depended on him. After how many receivers was in front of him? NYG? It was Alex Bachman, Seals, Galladay, Tony, Johnson.
Tony, yeah, all these players, none of them on the roster no more.
Yeah.
Shit, half of them, most of them ain't even in the league. Tony, Galladay, Richie James, Seals, and Bachman.
Yeah, all of them, not even in the league. But he's still here and got a new contract.
Yup.
So shout out to Slayton, man.
You know what I'm saying?
But we'll get off that, man. These dudes crazy, but there's a lot of free agents still left, man, out there that the Giants can sign to better their team. I think they're gonna go after Jenkins, and you may see a Diggs. You may see a Diggs, man, but hopefully you see a big trade go across the screen. Giants trade for Brandon Ayuk. But we're gonna take a quick commercial break.
Yeah,
we'll be right back.
I'll be right back too. All right.
Yeah. issue. We got a couple of sacks because of hustle. And
a lot of different reasons is in the past, or he's still that quarterback that the Browns thought they were getting when they decided to pull.
shadowing that offensive lineman and waiting for Jaden Daniels to do something. Welcome to the NFL All 32. All right. Some more news. It looks like it's down to a two-man team for Aaron Rodgers' services. It's the Giants and the Steelers. So he's going to choose one of those guys within the next couple of hours or days or however long this diva, does this thing, man. This is why I don't want to get into Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. I have no anything towards to get a doggone Aaron Rodgers, man. I just don't like the way he goes about his business. I don't like the way he does things. As you can see now, he's already causing issues with the Giants because if he really wanted them, he's making you, go against the Steelers and everything. So he's already showing you what it's about before he even gets over here, man. So I don't understand what this Giants fan base has this crazy hard on for Aaron Rodgers, man. It's just weird, man. Like this dude, if you're ready to be underneath the Aaron Rodgers thumb, then go get Aaron Rodgers because you're going to be underneath his thumb, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just weird, bro. He's already showing you what he's about. I really think I like the vibe with Malik Neighbors and all this and everything. Yeah, I definitely like to play with your team. How much money you gonna give me? Hey, Steelers, the Giants are willing to do this. What are you willing to do? Oh, Giants, the Steelers are willing to do this. What are you willing to do? Like he's already playing you.
Mm-hmm.
And you're sitting here like freaking dumb sheep. Aaron Rodgers, please come to me for what? If the dude wanted to be here, he'd be here. Like, make it make sense, man. That's why I don't get this fan base, man. Dudes just come up with asinine things that you say. Oh, Darius Slayton has that much pull in the Giants building to where he's holding other receivers back.
Oh man,
y'all take it too far on hate on players. You can't congratulate the dude for going out there and playing no matter what the circumstances have been. The dude has went out there and did his job and gave you the best that he could do being a number one receiver, which he is not. With a bad quarterback play, the worst quarterback play in the world ever, and the worst offensive line. Still giving you 750 yards consistently. Don't matter if you put 18 people in front of him, he just buckled up his chin strap and went out there and played. And guess what? Even Dabo had to respect that shit. You know Dabo don't respect shit.
crazy.
But he's holding Jalen Hyatt back. Yeah, okay. Even though Jalen Hyatt got all the number 2 reps in training camp. Jalen Hyatt got all the reps in preseason. He had a full offseason to prove that he was a number 2 receiver, and he didn't do it. Yeah, Slayton taking pay cuts, getting dropped to number 5 on the roster, getting hammered by the media, getting hammered by Giants fans. And guess what? He came back when he could have left and got more money twice. And that's the dudes you don't want on the team? Make the stuff make sense, man. Make it make sense. That's the dudes you don't want on your team. That's showing you unquestioned loyalty.
They don't want nobody that wants to play for them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They only want the players that don't want to play for them. Like Matthew Stafford and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. That use you to get some extra money in their pocketbook. This the music we gotta play for y'all. Cause it's sad. You rather go after Aaron Rodgers than be like, you know what? Just get the quarterback that we've been crying for the past 4 to 5 years. Let's just get that quarterback. That's what you want. And when this dude comes over here and gets on everybody's nerves and get our butts whooped by the Eagles and Commanders, what if this dude causes you not to be able to get Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders? You ever thought about that? Like NYG said earlier, what if this dude said, yeah, I'm going to come over there, but you got to give me a weapon, man. And they force you to draft Travis Hunter instead of getting your quarterback. What then?
See what I'm saying?
What if he goes out there and it just bombs? And he forced you to get Travis Hunter, and now everybody's frustrated, and you missed out on your quarterbacks. And what if he wins 6 or 7 games or 8 games? Let's just say you win 7 games, and now you got the 10th pick, and now you in quarterback hell again. Because now you're definitely not high enough to get a quarterback again now. Then he retires. Then you're going to owe him that other $45 million. What about that? You ever thought about that?
Hell no, I didn't think about that.
Let me go put on some food real quick. NYG, you holler at him because you brought it up and you know the scenario that can happen. We look forward. We play chess. We don't play checkers.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
let them know something, man.
You gotta think, man. Aaron Rodgers is gonna come to the Giants. You're gonna give him a 2-year deal, $90 million, $45 million a year, and he's gonna tell the Giants, you guys, I don't want y'all to take a quarterback. We want to win now. We think we can win now. They're going to gas them up. So, you guys either trade down, get more picks, get more weapons for me, or we take an offensive player in the first round, like a Travis Hunter, if you want to put him at wide receiver. Or maybe you trade down and take McMillan. And that's what Aaron Rodgers is going to sell you on. And it's going to sound good. But then, when the season comes, and you still can't beat the Eagles, and you still can't beat the Commanders, because you getting beat up in the trenches, and Aaron Rodgers is looking every bit of his age, guess what's going to happen? You're going to go 7-10 or maybe 8-9. I say 7-10. So you won't be bad enough to pick early, but you also won't be good enough to get in the playoffs. So you'll be a middling team. Won't be able to get your quarterback. you know, or you're gonna have to sell your soul literally to trade everything you got to number one. If there's a quarterback you like, because from what we heard from Miss Really Floyd, Arch Manning ain't coming out in 2026. So if that's who y'all want, you might have to wait another year. And there's the violins. Sadness upon this franchise. Straight up. No hope. When you make dumb moves like that for clout, like Pat say, you'll get the clout. But what you sold to get the clout, you're going to have to repay them debts. And it's going to be hell to pay. Telling you. Word up, bro.
That's the music. If they sign Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Rodgers gets his way, you're going to hear nothing but violins. I promise you. Because he is one of them type of dudes to be like, look, I'll come to your team, but y'all got to go get y'all receiver with y'all first pick.
Mm-hmm. Telling you, bro. I think it's the game.
Mm-hmm. This is the quarterback that you want. He alienates players, teammates. He chooses favorites. It causes rifts with coaches and GMs, not just coaches, GMs.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? It's because you gave him the power to do it. You gave him the power to do it because you wanted Mr. Rodgers so bad. That dude that's only won one Super Bowl in his career, extremely talented. One of the best pure throwers you'll ever see. What the league has seen so far. But he's a head case and he causes too many issues, bro. And that's what you want on your team? You know what I'm saying? That's what you want. Shout out to 270 people in the chat right now, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Hit that follow button for us on Twitter if you're watching us on Twitter, man. This is the Aboriginal Sports Network giving you free agency tampering period day 2, man. But we're going to get into it because everybody wants to be in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
Yep.
You ain't never thought about that, wanting Rodgers. What if that fool came over here and told you, yeah, give me 2 years, $90 million, and I want you to go out there and get me a receiver with your first pick, because he ain't going to accept those second-round pick and nothing. No, I want the best talent out there, which is Travis Hunter at receiver. That's a fact. And guess what? You're going to do it because you wanted him here so bad. So let's say they get that receiver, the shit don't work out. Because if you do that, you're trying to win a Super Bowl or at least be a deep playoff team. What if we only win 6 to 7 games?
Yep, that's what I said. 7 games.
8 games. Let's just say he gets you to 8 games and we miss the playoffs. Because we're probably still 4th in the NFC East because the Cowboys will probably get back. And now you're at pick 12. Pick 13, and this dude is like, you know what? It didn't work out the way I thought it was going to work out. I'm gone.
Yep.
Not to mention that you probably have to put a void year in that contract, so you're going to owe him money after he leaves you. And you're in no position to get a quarterback. And Malik Neighbors is mad. And Travis Hunter don't know what's going on. And Slayton, you just signed Slayton. Your offensive line probably not going to be up to par.
Dave was fired. Shane's fired.
Yeah, Dave was fired. Shane's fired.
God,
now a new coach comes in with a new GM, and they got to get a quarterback, and they ain't got the draft capital to do it. You see when the violins kick in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's talk about it. I dare anybody to come up here and tell me the reason why you want Aaron Rodgers so bad. Somebody please come up here and talk to us. This is not a bashing session. This is just, I want to hear the other side of it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear the other side. Somebody please come in and tell me the other side of it. The floor is open.
It's crazy work.
Because in this content streets, the Aboriginal Sports Network, we get a lot of flack for coming up with unpopular opinions. That's why the unpopular zone was created. So let's come into the unpopular zone a little bit. I even play the commercial for you to give you some time to get your thoughts together. Come in and talk to us. Come in and talk to us about Mr. Aaron Rodgers and what does he do that makes it so great to sign him. Come in and talk to us. We'll be right back.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the unpopular zone.
Andrew Jones is a shell-shocked quarterback. Ryan Dable, this is on you. You did not have this team prepared. Aaron Judge injected for the first time in his career in the 7th. Cam Thomas needs to elevate his playmaking this year.
So they got to get there. They got to find a way to beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
So,
where y'all at? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, where are you at, man? It's 200 and some people in the chat. I know at least 100 of y'all love the Aaron Rodgers idea. Somebody please come on and tell us. The link is in the chat right there. Somebody please come and tell us the reasons why we need to sign Aaron Rodgers at all costs.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
This is a special unpopular zone. Let's see if somebody wants to step up to the plate, because we are always called crazy quarterback haters. We don't know what we're talking about. You know, we always like older people and everything, but this is an old ass man that we don't want no part of. Somebody come up and tell us how crazy we are and how unpopular we are when it comes to situations like these. We've always given people the floor to come up here and speak. You'll have the floor. We even put you on the big screen. Give me the big screen. You even have the big screen. Come talk to me about this. You see what I'm saying? Because you're in a situation to where a 42-year-old man can determine your next 3 years of your franchise. And not only could you lose 2 years of your franchise, close to 3, you could waste Malik Neighbors. Andrew Thomas is not getting any younger. Jermaine Illuminor might leave because he might get a big contract in free agency. And why would I come back and sign with you when you don't even know what you're doing at the quarterback position? And you told us the quarterback position was what you wanted. So you need to get your quarterback for 4 years. Well, the 3 years that you were here. And you tell me Aaron Rodgers is that dude?
Right.
Explain that to me.
All right. You have a guess.
What's going on, Mets?
Not much, I can say. I mean, just got back a couple hours ago, taking my mom out for her birthday, even though it's not until next week.
Oh, well, proud of you, man. I always do good for moms, man. Tell her happy birthday.
All right. We went to Outback.
Ooh, y'all get a steak?
She did. I got a burger.
Oh, okay.
Your mom's birthday was today?
It's next week, but she's going to visit some of my relatives that are down in West Palm. So
Okay. That's cool.
Okay, that's what's up. So, what's your opinion about this whole Aaron Rodgers saga? Talk to us, Mets.
I've been on the Midnight Mike show the last couple of weeks over this controversy, and I've been adamant. No. I don't want Rodgers. With how much baggage and sabotage he committed against the New York Jets, it'll be just as bad, if not worse, if he comes to the Giants.
Mm-hmm. Elaborate on those feelings, Mitch. Tell them how you really feel.
The way the 2023 and 2024 Jets were constructed, it was like Rodgers trying to rebuild the Packers teams from his prime, like from 2010 to around 2015-ish or so. We had guys like Cobb, Lazard, and everyone else balling for those Packer squads. But now these guys are well past their prime. Devontae Adams is now in LA. Cobb's pretty much is a wash. Lazard, a wash.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll try to bring Nathaniel Hackett in to be the offensive coordinator, who's an even worse yes man who will not stick his neck out against Dable if Rodgers shows up to be a Giant. I don't want that.
What are some of the repercussions that you think that could happen with bringing a guy like Aaron Rodgers here?
Far more chaos than we had last year. Much more offensive inconsistency, more age than youth, because you're going to need youth in this season, as far as I'm concerned. Sure, experience helps, but if the experience is blocked by ego, there's no reason to bring it in.
That's a fact.
It's a good point. It's an excellent point.
So me personally, Mets, I do believe if you bring this dude over here, he's going to have some stipulations, because there's no place he's ever been to where he just went there. I just want to be a part of the team. That's not his MO. He has stipulations. You have to get certain players that he wants. You have to run the scheme that he wants. You have to, do everything that he wants. He wants certain coaches. You know what I'm saying? If certain coaches aren't being put out, he'll go up to the owner to get the GM and the coach thrown out the door. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get the whole ordeal of and then he's going to want a big contract. The dude has been reported that he wants 2 years, $90 million. Are you willing to give him $45 million a year? I'm not.
Neither am I. That's why I've been adamant with saying no to that.
It's been crazy, bro. But Mets, I appreciate you coming on. Tell us what you think about this Giants free agency so far.
At the very least, the defense is getting a patch job, but it's the O-line that's needing it even more at this point. Because even if Joe Shane drafts well, is Abel going to develop any of these players? Balls to the F, no. He's just going to misuse them, abuse them, and then scapegoat them if they don't do their roles correctly to the way he wants it done. And Dable knows this year he needs to adapt. The mentality of metal that he has brought over from Buffalo has got to change. This year, he's under the gun. Screw it up, get on the spot.
That's a fact. Hey, Deuce BX, I'll put the link here in the chat if you want to come up. Mets, give us your final thoughts on just free agency period or whatever you want to talk about. If it's more Giants or you just want to talk about free agency period, man. Tell them what you got going on, bro.
Well, for free agency, I'm not sure how it's going to play out. As for tonight, I've got NXT Roadblock to do.
Okay.
30.
All right. Well, if you guys don't know, Mets is part of the Aboriginal Sports Network. Look to him for your wrestling content like NXT, AEW. I want you to start doing more WWE events, if you can. He does NASCAR, and he's a hell of a Mets and Yankees caller when it comes to baseball, man.
Mm-hmm.
Mets, we appreciate you over here, bro. And I'm glad you got the same thought process as us when it comes to this Aaron Rodgers thing, because I think it can blow up in our faces tremendously, bro. Like, tremendously. But Mets, tell them where they can find you. Tell them your channel. And
find me at Mets2128 here on YouTube or over on X at Sting Disciple 2.
all right, Mets. Man, glad you was able to take your mother out for her birthday, man. Enjoy the rest of your day, bro. And,
Yeah, man. That's pretty cool, yo.
Yep, we'll be hitting you up soon, bro.
All right.
Appreciate you.
You too. Later.
All right, Mets. Peace, man.
All right, we got Deuce in the building. Wait a minute, is that? Oh, that's Deuce. What's going on, Deuce?
Come on, brother. I'm like, you say,
What's-
I got Deuce BX. I had to
Oh,
pull up on my boy Big Pat. NYG salutes.
Yo,
man.
what's
my guy?
good, Deuce? What's good with you,
know,
Brody?
I'm kicking it like jujitsu, bro. Chilling on ice, man. You already know, man.
Maintaining, you
Hey,
already
hey,
know.
thanks for letting me join the show, man. I'm honored to, come up here and share some thoughts on the Aboriginal Network, man.
That's a fact, bro.
All right. That's
So
what's
talk
up.
to
I mean,
us,
so
Deuce.
I'm gonna keep it, I'm gonna keep it simple. I mean, the initial opening of free agency, it wasn't promising. When you had the minimal signings, you brought back the punter and long snapper, and then you bring back man hurts, and so it wasn't initially optimistic out the gate type of free agency, but I did like how Joe Shane pivoted, and he addressed some definitely needs through free agency, which is the defensive back that we got, the safety, and the swing tackle. So that minimizes, his needs for the draft. So now he can pivot and draft the best player available. And, hopefully that can trajectory us a lot faster than not. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So,
And I mean, go ahead, Pat. My bad.
no, I was gonna go ahead. Finish your thought process.
No, go ahead. Because if you had a question, yeah, that's
All
that's
right.
just my opening monologue.
So where do you stand with the whole Aaron Rodgers fiasco that's going on with the Giants so far? It's been reported that it's down to either us or the Steelers. What do you think about the whole Aaron Rodgers saga? Do you like the idea, or do you not like the idea? Elaborate on that for us, man, because I got to hear
I
some
got you.
different perspectives.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, I think I share the same sentiments, you know what I'm saying, as most, as most Giants fans. Um, listen, we have listen, Rogers, his record and resume is impeccable. There's nobody arguing what the man has done with his career and what he was. But this is not the same Aaron Rodgers, and I know I put it in the chat, so I'm gonna elaborate it verbally. Aaron Rodgers had a loaded roster with the Jets last year. Preseason before last year began, the Jets was one of the Super Bowl contenders, so to speak, that was in that cusp of the teams that's in the top echelons of the NFL. And Rodgers coming back kind of, hyped it up and made them optimistic, even the whole NFL as far as the talking heads. We saw what the results was last year. So my thing is with this Rodgers thing, I get it. You want to bring in a veteran, and you want to pretty much win some games, and you don't want to replicate last year. But this is not. You're not getting the Green Bay Aaron Rodgers. You're not getting the MVP Aaron Rodgers. Now I get it. He's serviceable and he's better than what we had. But that does not mean we have to settle for a 42-year-old quarterback that we don't know what he has. And I'm going off of just last year. So I'm like Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? And I don't think that's going to translate well with the Giants. So sorry for the long answer, Pat, but I'm not with the Aaron Rodgers thing. We did it with Sam Darnold. We did it with the Stafford, with the hopes and dreams of getting one of these guys. And now we pivot into the old man and Rodgers and trying to formulate some type of reasoning on why we should get this guy. And I totally don't see it. If the Giants are trying to pivot to a younger quarterback, one of these young quarterbacks, if they can get their hands on them, I don't know why, as far as the money don't make sense and the actual fit don't make sense to me. Because I don't think he fits a stable system. And like I said, his skill set is diminished. So I just don't see the benefits of it, especially if you're gonna move on after a season. So that's my answer for this whole Aaron Rodgers thing. So
And Deuce, man, bro, $45 million. $45 million
Yeah,
a
I feel
year
you, man.
is what you gonna have to
Yeah,
pay for Aaron Rodgers. You see what I'm saying? It's not like
yeah. Now
he's
he,
coming here for free. It's not like he
huh.
coming here for the low. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This ain't no
Let
deal.
me ask you a
This ain't
question.
no
Let me ask you a
discount.
question. That's what I'm saying. Let me ask you a question. What veteran that you know what you got a pretty clear um road to getting one of these quarterbacks. I know you still got a little hurdles to get over, but I'm under the assumption we're gonna get one of these guys. If you're bringing in a veteran, I'm even going back to the Kurt Warner when he transitioned to Eli, and we had him for that. I don't even think he played the whole season.
I think he played like the
My
first
thing is,
8
why would you
games.
pay 40? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you pay $45 million or even demanding even 30 million at this point, NYG? If you're bringing in a veteran, you want a veteran knowing like, okay, I'm under the realistic reality that we might not win a lot of games with, I don't care who it is, with Rodgers, Russell, it doesn't matter. I'm not allocating them type of funds if this is going to be a bridge situation. That don't make no sense. And if you're doing that, that's the same thing that Joe Shane said he's not gonna do. That's throwing a Hail Mary from the 30-yard line. Of your own 30-yard line, by the way. So that
Because
Rodgers demand as far as his salary, I don't get it.
you know what, Deuce? They're not going to use Aaron Rodgers or Matthew Stafford as a bridge. Those dudes are trying to be slick. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take Aaron Rodgers or Matthew Stafford. And do you think Matthew Stafford or Aaron Rodgers was going to come here to play second fiddle for Shedeur Sanders or a Cam Ward? No, they was coming here to start 17 games to try to win, to try to get to the playoffs. This is their last hurrah for both these guys. So the only reason they would entertain the Giants is if the Giants are telling them, look, we not going to take one of these quarterbacks. We're going to sign you and take Travis Hunter at 3 and fill out the roster within the rest of the draft, or maybe take a developmental guy that's not going to push you per se. You see what I'm saying? So they would try to get by with a Jackson Dart or a Jalen Milroe at that point. If they're signing Aaron Rodgers, bro, I'm telling you, bro, if they're signing Aaron Rodgers, I promise you, is not coming to. Why would he pick New York over Pittsburgh at that point? Because Pittsburgh offers you a chance to win right now and not have to worry about a rookie quarterback that's taken third overall behind your neck. You got to look at it from the player standpoint. So if Aaron Rodgers signs with the New York Giants, I promise you they're not taking a quarterback at number 3. That's my unpopular opinion.
Hey, listen, that's why your name is your name, good brother. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, I don't even like, I don't even like indulging in that conversation because it's kind of taken away from, where we are, finally, how as Giants fans, even as football fans, the free agency period is kind of like, the beginning of resetting, the start of next season. So, we're interested in these things. I want to ask you before I get off, because I got to get ready to go soon, fellas. Um, with the draft, with the free agency currently, I know, Joe Shane probably gonna fill out a couple more spots, and he'll probably invest in a little bit more bargain players after like the third, maybe after like Thursday or Wednesday. Where do you think we can go with the draft of what we filled that in free agency? Like, where would you guys pivot in the draft? Let's say first overall the quarterback is taken from rounds 2 to 7. Where do you, if you Joe Shane, what are you focusing on?
Okay, so I'll give you my answer, Deuce. Depending on what they do in free agency, let's just say we're done in free agency and we don't sign anybody else. We don't get a guard or edge rusher or anything. In the second round, I have to get me a offensive lineman in the second round. I have to get me one. Whether it's a tackle that you believe that could move to guard or a guard there, let's just say Tate Ratledge is there. I got to get me a guard or a tackle in the second round. I got to. The third round, I'll be honest with you, I got to go trenches again. I got to get me an edge rusher, whether it be one of the edge rushers that we talked to at the Senior Bowl or edge rusher slips. I got to fix the trenches with those first 2 to 3, maybe even take another one in the fourth round because we got 2 fourth-round picks. Now, in that fourth round, I am not a Wandale Robinson advocate. So if there's somebody there like a LaJohntay Wester or say somebody like a Kyle Williams slips to the fourth round, I'm taking one of them.
Shit, if Kyle Williams slips to the fourth round, it's up. My bad. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah. Or somebody like a Jalen Royals from Utah State. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody like Restrepo or somebody won't be there. Even a Josh Betch.
Josh Becks. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's a bigger guy, but he could play the slot very well too. Or my ultimate guy, and it might not be possible because people are talking about him now, Savion Williams from TCU.
Yeah.
If I can get that
That's
dude,
my dude. Yeah.
he would be an ultimate weapon in the offensive
Nasty.
scheme that I would
Nasty.
run.
Okay.
Let's just say if he's there in the third round and we know he won't make it to the fourth, I would take Savion Williams before that edge rusher. I have to put some faith in Thibodeau at that point because this edge rusher is not coming here to replace Thibodeau. So a good edge rusher will still be in there in the fourth round. There's not many Savion Williams in this draft. I don't think there's many Savion Williams in the league. I think he could be prime Debo and a little bit better and taller and faster. So
okay, so you don't think we should bring back Aziz? My bad.
This is just based on if we don't bring back anybody as far as the edge rush room or anybody.
I got you.
I do believe they're gonna go after Aziz. In the fifth round, here's where I start thinking about the running back position. I'm thinking about a Rocket Sanders. I'm thinking about a what's my boy Ollie Gordon. Somewhere around in the fifth round. I think Ollie Gordon might slip to the fifth. So, and then after that, I'm taking best player available. I don't care if it's an edge rusher, or receiver, or safety. I'll go that route. But NYG, what would be your route?
I'm right there with you for the most part. You know, we did our homework at the Senior Bowl. You know, we've been in the film room. We've been studying a lot of these players. So, yeah, Ratledge in the second. I mean, that's a plug and play guard, in my opinion. So, yeah, you get him. Even if you can't get a guard in free agency, what it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do. I think Ratledge can plug and play there and at least be serviceable and probably a little bit better than what you got in the run game, you know, provided they're not going to put Evan Neal there. Now, the second pick, the third round pick, yeah, I go edge or D tackle, either one. You know, edge or D tackle, somebody on the defensive line. I think you have to keep adding to the defensive line at that point. Fourth round, yeah, receiver or running back. You know, I'd look at the board at that point. If I think I could get a receiver in the fifth, that may slide. I might do that if a nice running back is there in the fourth round. Because I'm not really with giving big time money to a running back in free agency. So I'd get a complimentary back for Tyrone Tracy in the draft at that point. And then, yeah, you fill out your roster from there. You know, I'm interested to see what they truly think about Daniel Bellinger and some of the tight ends other than Theo Johnson, because they just keep talking about Theo Johnson as if you're just gonna have one tight end contribute on offense in the modern day NFL these days. I don't know if that's the route you want to go there. So you might want to think about tight end at some point. But other than that, I'm right there with you, bro.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. I think that's the only way you can approach it, based on what they've done. Looks like there you go. But Deuce, I hope that answers your question, bro. Are you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah, can y'all hear
Okay.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and I'm here. I'm here. Now I just want to just what's the name before I keep it moving? 'Cause I'm about to clock out. But nah, that's definitely, you know, you can't go wrong with that plan. But like I said, I think with this free agency, I think we put ourselves in a position to draft best player available. I'm with you, Pat, in the trenches. I'm with you. Either a guard or that second, depending on who's there in that second round. We're gonna pretty much have a late first round pick. How early second we're picking. Barring we don't trade that pick. I would rather go defensive tackle, in my opinion. But on the flip side, defensive tackle is plentiful in this draft, according to a lot of the experts and everything. So I would probably go that route with you, Pat, because we got to solidify that right guard. And I wouldn't mind later in the draft even prepping for JMS's replacement. I think we should bring in another wide receiver. So I'm pretty much on board with you, Pat. Maybe I don't, you know, I'm not privy with the exact names, but a lot of those names that you said, if they was to fall to us, I don't see how Shane could go wrong. I wouldn't even mind another corner and another linebacker to upgrade McFadden.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I
true
want
too.
us I want us better. I want us in that conversation where we're not good. We're a great team. And then we're execute and then we got that small little 3 to 4 year window where we got all of these core guys together. We done replenished our depth. We got depth pieces. We got guys in here. Our draft picks is hitting, kind of like how the Eagles did. I want us to be in that sphere pretty soon rather than later. So the conversations, if we can trust Shane and Dable to do that, that's a different conversation. But this is who we have at the helm, so this is who we're gonna have to have. Trying to right this ship as of now. So if they don't, we know that we know the ultimate um consequences of it. But if not, I do have optimism because I do think at the end of the day, out of these last few years, the common denominator has been the quarterback. And I just want to see if they insert another quarterback with some good skill set with Dable's scheme, would he be able to cook up more than 15 to 16 points a game?
That's a fact. That's a fact, dude. Man,
Seriously, that's what I want to do.
it's good to hear from you, Deuce, and glad you came onto the show, bro. Appreciate you coming onto the
Nah,
show,
for
man.
sure, man. Hey, thanks for having me once again. And Pat, I'll pull up. I'll pull up here and there because, like I said, that I can't do the spaces on the other side. Like I can't do it. I need real football talk. I need
Yeah.
honorable men. I need honorable men. I can, you know what I'm saying. I can build and kick it with. So, I appreciate you guys letting me on this platform. Blessings. I'm hoping, you know what I'm saying? I'm hoping y'all go to the moon with it when all y'all, you know what I'm saying? And all y'all platforms from NYG to you, Big Pat. I hope
Yep.
all is well, man, and y'all go to the moon with this thing, man. I'm here to support. Appreciate it.
That's what's up, bro.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you too, man. And I hope all is well with you, man. And much health and wealth and success to you too, my brother.
For sure. You already love is love, man. Appreciate it, fellas.
All right.
All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, that was Deuce. Always good to see Deuce, man. I think he has a restaurant too, man. When I'm in that area, I'm definitely gonna hit up his restaurant.
Yeah, man. Definitely gotta give it up for Deuce, man.
Yep. Gotta give it up for Deuce, man. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. We probably gonna go like another 20 minutes, man. I've been doing it since noon.
Yeah.
1 o'clock NYG's time. So We've been doing it for a while, man. Shout out to Big Blue Boss, man. I seen you had a couple of things that you were saying too. The floor is still open. We got the last 20 minutes going. Talking about this free agency period. We are Giants fans, but here on the Aboriginal Sports Network, we talk about all teams, all sports, all the time. Man, this has been great. Doing these free agency shows with you guys. Hey, looks like Brian wants to come on for a second.
All right.
We put the link link in the chat. The link is in the chat. Brian, come talk to us a little bit, man. Come talk to us about what you want.
Come holler at us, B. Come holler at us, bro.
This is a format that I think I love adapting, man. It's good to hear other opinions. It's good to hear other brothers talk about what they want to talk about here in sports. Our platform is always open. I've always wanted to give people a voice because my voice is not the only voice that needs to be heard. Other people have other opinions, and as you can see, we don't mind having other opinions. Let's debate. Let's talk. Talk amongst men, you know what I'm saying? But we do ask for you to be, respectful. And if you're going to talk that talk, back it up with facts, back it up with some substance, because you ask of that of us. You don't allow us to come on here just to spew stuff to you and just talk to you and be like, yeah, just take it as gospel. A lot of the times you call us crazy, and then when we show you facts, you still call us crazy. So it's all good.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
So, hey, we got Mr. Brian in the building.
All right.
Yo, man, it's good to hear from you guys. Be able to, just vibe with you guys, man. Like, listen, man, I have been watching you guys, the Aboriginal Sports, station, man, since its inception, man. It's been dope, man. Let me just say that. Like all the way, the Senior Bowl coverage, man. You guys are doing big things, and let me just say this, man. You guys, Big Pat, NYG. I'm always saying unpopular opinion about some stuff on Twitter. So I definitely pay homage to you on that, man. Because we have been, because you have been a big Darius Slayton supporter for the longest, man. And you know what I'm saying? And Pat, I saw where you like my post about like how like Slayton is the one dude at the job that gets demoted, but then always finds his way to get promoted again. They put everybody above this man to try to like throw him under the bus, and he still comes back and says, "Okay, fine, let me go ahead and like just clock in and just get favor again." And man, I'm so happy he got that extension, brothers. I'm so happy.
Me too.
Because now I don't know if he's gonna be happy about about the Giants keep trying to lick Aaron Rodgers' boots or anything like that. That's just is disgusting, man.
Disgusting. Hold it down real quick, NYG.
I got you. Nasty work, man.
Because look, listening to you guys, like I'm still what is it? I'm still kind of flustered about the quarterback. I don't care if we get Cam or Shador. My preference right now is Cam, but listening to you and Pat, man, just from the things that we know about Shador working with Tom Brady, we can like, how do you like go from like just calling this man the GOAT? You're working and the kid working with this man day in and day out on his craft, and then now you're like, we don't want him because his attitude. Like what? Like what? A winning one?
Right. So what do you think it is why people hate on Shador? What do you think is the reason he gets so much heat particularly from a lot of Giants fans? Because I don't really see a lot of smoke with some of the other fan bases.
It's a myriad of things. Saying some I feel more obvious than others, but I I don't want to just feel like that's the beginning and the end of the mess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I feel like I think somebody posted it on day, man. They were like, this is a dude that he comes from money. He doesn't need anything from you guys, so he doesn't have to be, jolly, gee, Willikers, thank you guys for just everything that you do. No, he comes from like, listen, man, whether you sign me up or not, or you pick me or not, I'm going to be good regardless. I don't have to be humble. If I feel like my team ain't doing what they're supposed to do, I'm not going to be like you, big Pat, like, no, he's gonna be like, we flat out suck.
Right.
I can't get there's no reason why Neighbors is not getting open. Like, shoot, when they said we saw a video of him going back and forth with his teammates, on the sideline. Like, man, get open.
He went after Travis Hunter,
Yeah, bro, who wouldn't want that?
You know what I'm saying?
Bro, you got a dog in Neighbors. Shador be like, I done threw your ball 5 times. You were open. Why are you dropping balls, man? Pick them shits up.
Right.
We need somebody like that at the quarterback position to call these dudes out and let it be known that
Cam another one.
open passes. Yeah, Cam another one. I tell him.
Cam another one.
Let me say this to you, Brian. You know what though? A person like Neighbors would accept that from them. You see what I'm saying? You want to accept that from him because you don't feel that he's on your level. With somebody like Shador or Cam Ward, they match that dog energy in you. So you be like, okay, let me get my shit together. You know what I'm saying? You accept that from somebody like them.
Right. Bro, this is what I'm just like, what are we doing? Like, we're tired of losing. And listen, for the Eagles to lose as many players as they did, right? They're still a top-tier a championship contending team. Yep. You're not going to sit here and tell me. And now the people that we used to beat up on, they're the big dogs. They like the little brother. They got big over the summer, got his muscles and weight up.
That's exactly what happened to us.
Now we the little. Yeah. Now Shane is doing stuff.
How do you feel about everything in free agency, and what positions and areas do you think we still need to attack?
I'm gonna tell you straight up, defensive tackle, straight up and down. I don't, I like the depth piece at defensive tackle, but the 2 guys I wanted, the one guy I wanted that was a deep defensive tackle, he went back to the Bengals. Okay, so I was like, okay, fine, whatever. Yeah. So I was okay, fine, whatever. Then I started seeing more guys getting just taken off the list. So I'm like, okay, cool. So my thing is, and I'm going to advocate for this because I don't even know if we're going to have the 2nd round pick next in the next coming week, right? Because we're probably going to trade that away to try to get a Cam or a Shador. Because I don't think that Cleveland's going to get a quarterback. I don't see that, especially since they didn't re-sign Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to want a quarterback. I mean, Titans are the big toss-up. Like, do you want Abdul Carter or do you want Cam? And
I got some breaking news for you, Brian.
What's up?
Speaking of that, according to reports, the trade with the Giants and Tennessee seems dead. So Titans are not trading out that number 1 pick.
Crazy word.
Might be going Cam Ward.
They might be going Cam Ward, or they might listen. I still believe they might go Abdul Carter. Listen. They might be like, we got a pass rush. Will Levens is, of course he sucks. I don't know, man.
that could also mean something else. Remember what I talked about earlier. If they sign Aaron Rodgers, they're not taking a quarterback at 3. They're going to go with a second-round guy or a third-round guy.
Yo. like Mr. Mara, listen, you have to let that mindset of what your quarterback looks like die. It has to die. You have to.
We're talking now.
You have to let it die, sir. Your quarterback, like the type that you want. Listen, if you want to keep losing and throwing shit after every game, getting your ass whooped, then go ahead and go for your type. Your type ain't the ones that's out here, moving needles anymore, sir. Your type is an anomaly. The type that you don't want is the ones that's making big moves now. Oh no, we're not just receivers and running backs and defensive ends anymore. Oh, we could throw the ball too. I hate that you don't see that, but everybody in your division seems to figure it out. Don't be the one. Don't be the team. Please don't be the team. I pray you're not that team. I pray you're not that team. You're not that guy. But it's looking like you and your fan base want to be that guy.
Well, Brian, we're going to get to our last caller of the day, Brian. Man, it's always good to talk to you, Brian, man. Appreciate you showing your support, man.
No doubt, man. No
doubt
doubt.
out there, man.
Appreciate you, man. Join the show anytime, man. You welcome up on the platform anytime, man. To talk your talk, man, with me and Pat. So
let me get one more thing out the way. Please.
Go ahead.
Pat. I love you chewing Mrs. ass out. Pause. Yo, about that quarterback situation. I think Miz needed that crow. He needed that one, bro. Because I was like, "What are you doing, sir? Everybody, that what we doing?" And I love Miz. I love his takes. But you're not gonna sit here and tell me that Cam Ward or Shador Sanders is not better than Drake May, and their careers have already proven that they're head and shoulders above. All right, yo, I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Brian. Appreciate
Brian.
you coming on, brother.
Appreciate you, Brody.
All right. Hey, Coach. The man of the hour, Coach Ed. What's going on, Coach?
Peace and blessings, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Came here to support my brothers and join the conversation.
Okay, so, Coach, tell us what you think about the whole New York Giants free agency. Just give us your overall opinion about the Giants free agency, what they should be doing going into the future. What did you like about the free agency? What you don't? And just talk Giants to us real quick. Just give us some of that coach seasoning.
Well, I mean, I'm still learning some of the players because I'm not familiar, but it looks like, number one, you're targeting the defense, and that's a necessity. Now, I said it before, if you get one more defensive lineman and an offensive lineman, I can see a vision, a plan, and what that plan is. It seems like you're going to upgrade and be a little bit more physical in the trenches and play sound defense. Now, if you're going to be playing a lot more in a running attack, a run game, then, I see it. I'm not saying that we're not going to be using Neighbors and the other receivers, but I'm starting to see something. And y'all know I've been very hard on Shane and Dable. But I'm also going to be fair. I'm really going to be fair. I'm seeing something, and it's like, okay, I'm waiting to get out there on the field and see what they do and how they produce. But it looks like they're really trying to target and fix some of the holes. You can't get everything, in free agency, but you're trying hard. Do I want more sexy fatties? Yes, I do. Y'all know me. I love the trenches. I think that's where it's really won and lost at. But maybe you can get some young player in the draft who can come in in the second round and fit into what you're trying to do, whether offensively and defensively. So, that's what I'm seeing overall in terms of the free agency so far. Safety, cornerback. I love the fact that you plucked someone from Dallas. So, there's always going to be that extra motivation, and y'all know that's the team I hate the most when it comes to pro football. So, swing tackle, we're seeing looking a little bit, seems like he's a little nasty, but plays physically, coming over from Cleveland, in the AFC North, that's a physical division up there. So
that's true.
So it's like, okay, I see where you're going, Shane. I'm slightly backing off. I'm still going to hold you accountable. I'm still going to expect a lot more, but yeah, goes the boat. Well, I call them the bums, but I'm I'm trying to be fair right now, based on what I'm seeing, what they're doing right now. So, but I'm not putting my hopes up high. I'm trying to stay in that coaching mode and see how it produces on the football field.
Okay, we hear you. As far as the draft, how do you think we should approach the draft? Now that you're seeing some of the moves we've done in free agency.
If that quarterback is there at number 3, you take him. I don't care if you sign another free agent quarterback because he's a veteran. I don't care. You still get your quarterback of the future. And, if you got to let him sit for a year or half a season, whatever. You do what you got to do, but you get your quarterback if he's there at number 3. Everything is contingent upon what Tennessee and Cleveland. I mean, is Cleveland going to go with Pickens as their starting quarterback?
Kenny Pickett. They're saying he's going to compete for the starting job.
So that might mean that they're not going to go quarterback. So is the opportunity to get your quarterback there. But, if he's there, you take him. And that's different if he's not there. Then, do you go Hunter or what's his name from Penn State, Carter?
Mm-hmm.
So, but right now in the draft at number 3, like you just said that, moving up to number 1 is dead. So if the quarterback is there, if that's Sanders, that's my number 1 quarterback anyway. So that's who I would say you take. And I don't care if you sign the bad man. I don't care if you bring him in. So, I'm letting him know, look, if you're coming here, we're going to pay you the money. You're going to come in, you're going to, produce and help us along the way, but we're still drafting a quarterback. We have enough where we feel we have the talent right now to go out there and compete, especially if we improve the offensive line. So, in the second round, that's where you try to target. You guys were talking about what's his name? Ratledge.
Ratledge.
Yeah, you guys have talked about him. You interviewed him. I've looked a little bit at him. So it's like, okay, I see exactly what you guys are talking about. So that's how I'm going to help him if he's here. I don't want him, just for the record. But
yeah, we know.
Yeah.
I don't think. Well, there is a portion of Giants fans that want Aaron Rodgers, and I just hope John Mara is not selling out to those portion of the fans, because now all of a sudden those same fans that were mad at Joe Shane for getting not signing Barkley and mad at Joe Shane for giving Daniel Jones a contract. Now I see some of those same fans saying, you know what? Shane is cooking. Yeah, now go get Aaron Rodgers. Now go get Aaron Rodgers. Now go get Aaron Rodgers, and let's go. Let's win some games. And it's just weird because of the all of a sudden narrative shift, So yeah, there is a portion of fans that do want the Giants to sign Aaron Rodgers and not draft a quarterback at number 3.
Yeah, there's some out there.
And I just got a sneaky suspicion that Joe Shane and John Mara in particular, are selling out to those fans. That's why they're trying so hard to get Aaron Rodgers. You know, and I got a suspicion that that's what they're doing. You know, because they want good faith with the fan base. They want good faith with the fan base, but I don't think you get good faith by signing Aaron Rodgers. That's why John Mara doesn't really have a pulse on his fans or his organization as far as his team is concerned, because a move like that doesn't give you good faith. It makes you the New York Jets. That's what it does.
Well, let me say this, okay? Because in terms of pleasing the fan base, we're split. So you're not going to make any. You're going to make one side unhappy, no matter what you do.
It's the side that's giving him the money, though, that's rooting for that scenario. That's what I'm noticing. You know me, Coach, man. You the same way. I pay attention to who's saying what. Okay. Some of the dudes that are saying that, including some ex-players, people that work for Mara, people that work for the Giants, people that used to work for the Giants, saying some of the similar things. So it makes me wonder, is that the side that he's going to, if it is split, you know, like we think?
I mean, he as the owner, management, coach, you know, like I said, you know, I don't think it's pandering to the money per se, the people paying the money, because there are some who are on, in a sense, our side, and they former players, people with money. I've seen quite a few. So, you know, it's split. He's going to get ripped either way. So point blank, you know, if you do sign the bad man, you know, we're just going to go ahead and complain about it, and we're going to not be happy about it. But, you know, ultimately, you know, do we want to see our team fail? No. We want to see, I said it before, for me, it's always about one thing: competing for championships. Plain and simple. I don't care how terrible the team is, you build it up to always compete for a championship. So, you know, and some fans, I get it, you know, you're all about everything else, all the bells and whistles. And when I say bells and whistles, I mean your money fantasy football leagues and all this other stuff, your, you know, gambling. That's what you want from your football team. And I get it, I understand, I don't agree with it, but you know, that's what you choose to get your fandom on. Okay, me, it's about them rings. Ultimately, that's all it boils down to for me. It's about the ring. So when we talk to Cowboy fans, we can brag and debate, you know, like I do the percentage, but you know, they say, well, we got 5 and you got 4. Okay. And what do I always come back with? You know, well, if you look at the totality of it, the New York Giants actually have 8 championships, pro football championships. It's not just about the Super Bowl era. It's about the totality. But ultimately, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to compete for championships. And as a fan, yeah, I want to brag to, you know, my siblings who are others, and my dad who's a Steelers fan, you know, and other fans that I know, former players of mine who are whatever fan. Yeah, I want to brag about them. My team is doing this and that, and you know, when it's bad, okay, you know, I just, you know, try to find some glimmer of hope, but I get it. You know, and that's ultimately what it is about me, because I'm a competitor.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I agree with too. Shout out to Q Burrow. He says, if Rodgers was that good, why would the Jets let him go? He said he's a wash and a problem child. Yeah, that's what I think of him too. But man, it's been an awesome free agency day 2. I was glad I was able to do these 2 streams for you guys during free agency. Just to give you a couple of free agency notes before we get out of here. One of the guys that I thought we should have targeted Leonard Floyd, is signing a 1-year, $10 million deal with the Falcons. Peyton Turner from I think the Saints is signing a 1-year deal, $3 million with the Cowboys. Mike Hughes goes back to the Falcons, 3 years, $18 million. Joe Tryon, I actually wanted us to draft him at one point. signs a 1-year deal worth $4.75 million with the Browns, and Zay Jones goes back to the Cardinals on a 1-year, $4.4 million deal. So those are some of the latest deals that have been signed in this tampering period. Now, some things can change. People can change their minds because it's just a tampering period, but the physicals and everything get started, I believe, Wednesday. So, yeah, man, I think the Giants have done a pretty good ordeal in this free agency. They did get a sexy fatty on the offensive side of the ball, like Coach says, but we'll see what they do. Tevin Jenkins is still out there. So obviously it must be some good contract negotiations going out there because a lot of guards signed for a lot of decent money and he hasn't signed yet. So it must be up to like 3 teams and they're bidding for his services. And I like Dalton Risner too. I wouldn't mind us getting Dalton Risner. What's going on, champ? Thank you for tuning in, champ. Woo!
What's good, heavyweight champ?
Man, this has been an incredible show. We had some incredible guests coming up. Shout out to all our guests. As you see, the sexiest fat man in sports entertainment, Coach Ed. Shout out to Deuce. Shout out to Brian. Shout out to Mets. And, man, shout out to you guys, man. We had over 300 people in the chat during this broadcast from Twitter and here on YouTube on the Aboriginal Sports Network, man. Thank you guys for the support. It's always good to hear other people saying, hey, you're doing a good job out here. And we love seeing you do what you do and wish us well, man. That means a lot to us. And I'm like opening up this forum, bring people up here so we can hear other opinions from other good brothers out here, man. It's dope. Yeah. Coach, any last words before we get out of here?
No, I think you guys have done, like you said, you've covered everything. You guys continue to do a great job. All the people in the chat, thanks for always supporting these guys. And, you guys keep doing what you're doing and, I'm looking for more. So.
All right. NYG, talk to him before we get out of here.
Man, just another dope stream. Another Aboriginal Sports Network banger. Dun, dun, dun. I need my funk flex. You know what I'm saying? Sound bite. But yeah, I appreciate all the support, man. I mean that, you know what I mean? Because we do this, and without you guys, we can't do this. So it means a lot for you guys chatting, coming up on the program, talking your talk, allowing we allowing you to get the floor and learning from you guys as well. And you guys actually teaching us stuff. So it's pretty cool, pretty dope. But until next time, Pat, you already know.
Yep.
Take us home, bro. Let's get out of here.
the Raisin Man.
Or just the Giants organization that really put Daniel Jones in the forefront and carried him in that type of light, man, on national TV.
$223. The suspension also opens the door for the Texans to release Al-Shahir.
Then in 1976, guess who was hired? Atis fans. This is where preference plays the biggest.
I'm gonna have to knock this down and get the oohs and ahs of Houston.
Welcome to the Aboriginal Sports Network.